Good, good. However, they just talked about this today. They just released this here. It's in the mid 5,000. Is that?
Nightbot. Welcome to my channel. Stream
Although
elements.
the system may
Welcome
make
to
wait
my
times for some
channel.
players slightly longer at the moment, we'll see more improvements when many players return for the next event. Step it up. People are losing interest during the times that I play, which is here. It's in the mid 5,000s now. Oof. So it is getting pretty dead. The queues are getting pretty long. Any issues that may arise as we continue to test and tweak the system will be closely monitored and resolved quickly as we fine-tune performance. As always, we appreciate your patience. I hope the new high ping separation system will improve the overall hunt experience for everyone. If all of this is true, good. However, they just talked about this today. They just released this statement today. Over the last few weeks, I heard from some people that this is what they were doing. They would have like a wall in between high ping players and low ping players, right? And I've been looking at my opponents as I play. And let's take a look at some of the opponents that I had when I was playing on US West, shall we? Here's one. Here's one. Name not in English. Okay, that's fine. Well, here's another one. Now, there was someone from Crytek that was watching my stream, and I brought up the point that high ping players are still getting onto the US servers. And what they said was, well, when we check, most of the time, it's someone who just changes their Steam name or changes their region to say that they're from China. Could be a troll. Which definitely does happen. That is absolutely a thing that does happen. However, do you think this person with these friends is doing that? What about this person? Do you think this person with all these friends is actually from the US and all of these people are fake? What about this guy with all these friends?
Wish I was paid
Do you
more
think this
for that.
person is from Asia? What would you guess? Where do you think they're from? Do you think they're from the US or do you think they're from Asia? Because I would guess, if I was a bettor, I would guess they're not from the United States. It is completely possible that somebody can change their Steam name to something else and to change their displayed region to Asia to be a troll. Absolutely. But clearly, people are able to get around this, whether it's because they didn't have the ping threshold set to the certain amount that it needs to block everybody. But without a doubt, Asia players are still able to get to the US servers. So it's not quite working perfectly yet. If they actually get it to a point where I don't have to fight high ping players, that is good. I'm worried that they're gonna set the ping threshold too high and that it's pointless. That's my worry. They're gonna say, hey, we did this high ping separation thing and the problem solved now, but they're gonna set it at 150 ping and you know, high ping players are still gonna be able to play with everybody else. With the player count that I just showed you, it's not like this game is flourishing right now. You know, we're not hitting record peaks of player count right now. So that is kind of a difficult thing to do when the player count is so low. It's just abysmally low right now. If they actually do what they say, that's a good thing. But the execution part is where Crytek usually stumbles a bit. We'll see. I think on top of all this, I never understood why you can even choose your region. Why not make it so that you don't choose your region and you just click ready and you get sent into the lowest ping region, period, so that it's not abusable. You can invite your friends. If you and your friends are from different regions, it figures out what the lowest average region is for your team and it sends you into that region. Why even have the option to choose what region to queue into? There's other games that I've played that do exactly that. It does not let you choose what region to go into specifically. It just sends you into the lowest ping region. Hopefully it's good, and maybe this recent 15% layoff that they had with their employees, where they got rid of 15% of their staff, maybe that's going to be, you know, an awakening for them. I hope it is. This is like one of the only things that could happen that makes this game actually turn around and start becoming better. So hopefully that was a moment where they're like, oh shit, we need to start doing some shit correctly, because it's not great. So hopefully it's good. We'll see. With the player base the way it is, this plus the 2.3 update, which I already made a video about, you should go check that out. Is it too little too late? They said they're working on regaining player trust. Is this too little too late? I don't know. We'll see. Thank you for watching. Have a good one.
The internet, I hope everyone doing well. 2 weeks. Almost 2 weeks has passed since Blade and Soul Neo release for European and North American server. So it's time for the Wizard report. Is the game better or it sucks dick? There is gonna be a lot of modding, so I have prepared timestamps below in the video description so you can skip the bullshit. And go straight to parts that interest you. Without further ado, let's go straight into it. So, 2024, NCSoft realized that they have bad day. And they had this bad day for last 5 years. So what they decide is shake up all of the CEO and leadership positions in all of their branches and try to get good. They appointed, I'm probably butchering her name, Jeo Ji Jin as America new NCSoft CEO. And she made an interview, and there is interview on one of the website where she's telling it's time to awake the sleeping giant of the West. With nomination of this lady as CEO, I have seen some lighting the tunnel. Why? Before JJ, she worked before as CEO of Perlabis. And when Perlabis has taken over Black Desert back from Kakao Gaming as a publisher, the pay-to-win bullshit was toned down. The game become less pay-to-win and better. So, hey, there is some hope. Another light in the hope tunnel, Throne and Liberty. Throne and Liberty, maybe not the best game in the universe, but the pay-to-win was toned down to 5 or 6 out of 10. Let's say it 5. Compare it to Lineage 2, its predecessor. Lineage 2 pay-to-win, it's like 11 out of 10. It's outrageous.
Like this, the gear discrepancy in this game is unreal. If I've spent, let's just say $8,000. Let's say that's the number. Let's say I spent $8,000 on this game, and I hit people for 10,000. They hit me for 10 million. How much more fucking money do I got to spend? So to put it even more into perspective, the top gear DD in my CP, I would roughly estimate probably spent double what I spent. And he's now to the point where he can one-hit pretty much anyone that's not
time to get to work, team.
or a tier. But he still gets
Rockety rockin' stone.
So that's okay. Let's double 8,000. That's $16,000 I would have to spend. $18,000 additional dollars to be able to still be one hit by everyone and one hit most people.
So now, please allow me to present you with all the positives and the negatives about latest
Egg collection time, team. Alien eggs. The company wants them. Don't ask why. Find them, store them in Mali, and return. Simple.
Die! Mine. I think we actually have a chance to make it out alive.
Cavalry's here. New miner inbound.
Rock and stone, yeah! For rock and stone!
If you don't rock and stone, you ain't coming
I
home.
think I've seen you before. Maybe the bar last night.
Well.
Slut! Bam!
Lead down. Weapon one down.
You shouldn't eat precious minerals. It will get you killed.
We got contact miners. Swarm headed your way.
Not ready. They're still watching. Better now. Terrain scanner.
Swarm? It's a big one, team.
Come here.
Yes, I call it.
Obey me! Gotta wait for the raid song.
wave is petering out. Wipe out the rest and get on with it.
Wait! What is the difference between rock and stone? Shoot the glyph at guard! Marker up! Yeah! Everyone, can I get some attention?
Inor Peru.
Look what I found! Damn flares could need an upgrade. You're switch key.
Wolf inbound.
Steve's gone. Bam! Never felt better. Wally is on the way. The DRG anniversary trophy is here. Players recharging.
Secondary objective completed. Fine job.
Took out a loot bug.
Anniversary trophy secured. Well done, team. Performance point bonus is active.
Anyone having luck finding machine events?
Platform.
Ah. Yep. Me too. Me neither.
Sorry, little brother. Your own fault for being full of goodies. Loot bug hot.
Heads up, new miner arriving.
That buzzing was getting on my nerve.
Egg collection completed. Well done. Call the escape pod in when ready.
Yeah.
Alrighty.
Rock and stone forever! Be gone! Ah!
Drop pod inbound. Stand clear.
Rock and roll! Deployed up.
Drop pod has arrived. Retrieving the mule.
Always
Drop pod departing in T-minus 5 minutes.
Rock and stone! We are unbreakable! Come down! So long, suckers! Rock and stone, everyone!
The mule has docked, initiating launch sequence.
Shield! I'm on your side! Rock and stone in the heart!
Extraction commencing. Good work.
Rock me like a stone! Rock and stone! Rock and stone, brother!
Wait on this.
What's this? Job done!
Poker face. Is it to nobody? Ish.
Mission selected and locked in. Time to board the drop pod.
Okay. Then everybody left.
Drop pod is ready. Time to leave. Orbital insertion sequence initiated. Board the drop pod.
Oh, sweet. I'll take this one.
Paid and so re-release. And after that, we're gonna deliver the final judgment. Let's start with positives, shall we? The game went through graphical remaster, and it looks amazing. Environment look immaculate, let's say. One of the best looking MMOs that I've made in terms of environment.
The core spawn will kill us all unless we stop the core
hit
stone.
and miss, but overall also improved. thumbs up, amazing job. Next, the huge
Let's get the
improvement
job
is
done.
removing of the stamina system. Let me explain. In this game, you don't use mount to move around. You are using Queen Gong.
Tingong or lightness skill.
Queen Gong in it's some ancient Chinese movement technique that allows warriors to walk on the wall, on the water, you know, some wushu shit.
Alright team, you're going after eggs this time. Alien eggs.
Before modern release, you had to do chain of quests to unlock all of these different options. And also, the amount of running and acrobatic was a lot behind the stamina. They remove the stamina and they give everyone all the options out of the game. All of those mechanics were intended for level 45 and above, so they may feel a bit glitchy in your beginner locations. But overall, great improvement, no more stamina, you can boom. And unfortunately,
Help me
that's it
mind
for the
this.
positives. You know where we're going. Trading system overhaul. Before, you could trade with in-game currency. Now you trade with cash shop currency through the market. You can no longer trade the items between you
Get
and
to
your
work.
friends directly. You can trade. You need to trade through market.
Ceiling
And
clean.
market
Barnacle
is
down.
the cash shop currency that you have to buy, or you have to sell something to have the currency to use it.
Barnacle down.
Engineered to incentivize players to spend money for currency, energy system. Before, you could do as many dungeons and bosses as you want. Now, limited. One boss, you have 100 points. One word boss kill, 1 point. Doing the dungeon from 8 to 12 points, depends on the dungeon. Energy over, no loot. You didn't get the
Bosco,
item you want
find it.
today? Hey, there is market.
Eat it.
Again, another mechanic
I need
designed
a damn
to
minecart on
push
legs.
people
Where is
into
it?
spending real money. Outfit system. Let's be honest with each other. This is Kumar game, and sexy
Bosco, find it.
outfits are huge parts of the experience. Before, you see the monster, you see the human NPC, you kill him like 100, 200 times.
Donkey,
bagoosh,
come here.
you drop the outfit. Now, all outfits are
Barnacle
put into the box.
eliminated.
You farm like 3 hours. You buy the box. You gacha the outfit. Oof. You don't get the one you wanted. Well, you can sell it on market.
Shoot
And you
it.
can buy the one you want. Again, changing the
I killed
mechanics
the loot bug.
to
And I'm
push
not
people
so
into
proud.
to push people into spending money on cash of currency.
Deep Rock
And now,
seriously needs to
ladies and
invest in
gentlemen,
some better
the biggest game shitification in the history of universe. Some people will say lack of arena. PvP arena 1v1 was huge part
You're
of the game. It was
cute,
very
but
enjoyable
you're
experience.
dead.
And it is lacking from the remaster version of the game. But I believe there is
line
something
done.
worse. In my opinion, the biggest
That's
shitification
it.
of the game,
Back where
the
is
worst
that
change I
damn
have seen
mule?
in my entire life, is skill system. Before, you have just normal skill
I ordered
to
a
get your
resupply.
skills. You want to change
Hang in
the
there.
property.
Supplies are on the way. Your workforce is about to get bigger. Dwarf inbound.
Rock and stone. Rock on! Rock and stone! Last one to I wonder what R&D wants with these core stones. R&D needs the core stones. Hey, research! Rifts and core spots. This sort of work isn't in my contract. Here we go. Lock and load. Core spawn incoming. thing. This thing is John bombs it. I've seen some spare pipe rail flying around the station. Just
All readings on the core stones have ceased. Seems like you did it. Retrieval pod is on the way.
like that! Rock and stone! By the beard! Getting supply! And we'll take it.
Good work, team. R&D will be most grateful for your efforts.
Like that!
I missed an egg upstairs somewhere.
I found a gold vein. Just take your sweet time, old lady. I've got all time. Die! Booyah! Whack-a-mole! I'm getting too old for this crap. Found an egg here! Where is that damn tin can? If only this bloody bucket was bigger! A lot bigger! No flares ready! Bamboo! Minerals. I need the mule right here, right now. Die like your mother dead! Where do all these minerals go? Yes. Ah. Flares ain't ready! Ah! Find the nitra for ammo! I'm full! Where's Smalley? I got the deposits! Splat! Can't believe how green I was when I started. I got a barnacle. Loot bug looted. I die a little inside every time I have to take out a loot bug. This is fun! Ugh! web spinner kills. Not ready yet. Where is that damn mule?
Brace, brace. Swarm detected.
That will kick you. Ethan!
Contact. Lock and load.
Glad I ain't the one to sort this stuff later. I've got a zip on ready here. Your history. So long, suckers. See here. Bam! Hate to wait for flare charging.
To the left. Yeah, yeah.
I'm not scared of you! Molly, over here! Skull Crusher! Yeah, give me some
Good news, Chief. The wave is thinning out.
shield charge! You're my new best friend! Out of my way! For Carl! You're a good mule, Molly! Egg here! Go roll on the highway, you freak! Flares are recharging! Bloody hell, you're hot to kill! Boom, baby!
No. Nope.
Be gone! Barnacle down! Red sugar! I needed that! Red sugar!
This way.
Barnacles have to wait for flare recharge. The anniversary trophy is here. Marley! The rain scanner just got updated. Tell me again, why wasn't the barnacle kill the barnacles? So what's the law? Come here.
Every time. I'm going to kill that shuttle pilot. Good work, team. Performance point bonus is active.
Rock and stone. My life never gets for rock. What? And this stone. Rock and stone, you beautiful dwarf. Ceiling clean. Barnacle down. Where is the supply ordered?
Stand back. Supply pod inbound.
Time to restart. Steve is gone. I'm taking some of the ammo. Grabbing ammo. Much better. Oh yeah.
You better double dip.
Supply pod here.
Whoosh.
Secondary objective completed. Now finish the job.
I found some red sugar. I got a barnacle. Eat it! Rockin' stone, the pretty sound of teamwork to the bone. Watch and learn. I call for the muse. The barnacle down for Rockin' Stone. Nope, the flares are recharging.
What is the length of this cave?
Alien scum! Dig here. Loot bug down. Son of a bitch. Be gone! Look there. Come here. Room. Time for the pocket. I got the web spitter. Could really go for
Bunker up, team. Swarm incoming.
explosive. Barnacle eliminated.
Combat positions. The swarm is here.
We can dig a shortcut back, I think.
Weapon down! Rock and stone in the heart. Leave no dwarf behind. By the beard. Access provided. Shield placed. It's me, you think you can kill me? Well, think again.
Wave is almost over.
I'm the Beast Master. Here, get into cover.
Nope.
Shield boost. Stand your ground. Give no quarter. Not rolling so much now. Nightmares ready. Explode shield guard. That's ready. When resupplying, remember to share with your teammates. Some more crates. Well, yes. Getting more ammo. Much better.
Oof. Okay.
Die! Rock and stone, brother. I just put up a zip line. Here we go. Donkey, come here. Time, old lady. I've got all day.
A miner is on the way to join you.
Rockety rock. There's here we go. Zip line ready. Rock on. Rock and stone, brother.
Yeah, this cave is terrible. Terrible.
Bacon on the faucet. Look!
Below.
Bug eliminated!
They got it, they got it.
Down to your gizzards, team. Swarm incoming.
Rocket! Go!
All eggs collected. Management will be pleased. Escape pod button is activated.
Rock and stone!
A new miner is joining your team.
Rock and stone! Yeah!
Rock and stone!
Come on!
Swarm, they're here.
Rock and stone!
Lighting up!
We're on a resupply!
Supply Supply
The
pod
fuck
launched.
is this
Better
kid?
stand back.
Never surrender.
Shield up. Getting more ammo. Getting some more.
Hey! Those around,
You're a stain on the floor. This will keep you sight.
fix you now!
Sending in the drop pod. Starting the counter. This is it, team. Do us proud.
Shield ready again.
Drop pod has arrived. Retrieving the mule. Drop pod departing in T-minus 5 minutes.
Drop pod isn't waiting for him. Rockin'!
Hang in there. The wave's almost dealt with. Dispatch whatever's left.
Go! Make every bullet count! What's that supposed to hurt?
Mind your bloody fire, you funeral's gonna be sober occasion!
We are unbreakable!
Rock and roll!
We rock and stone! Yeah!
Rock and stone forever!
Rock on!
Let there be light! Try toss out!
Drop pod departing in T-minus 4 minutes.
Pod isn't hanging around forever!
The mule is secured. Initiating launch sequence. Deep Galactic thanks you for your good work. Drop pod will leave with or without you. Good work. We're pulling you back in.
Stone to the bone! You! We rock! Rock and stone forever! Come on, guys! Rock and stone, you beautiful dwarf! Oh, wait. Not bad. Not bad.
Oh no.
Mission selected. Your chariot awaits, gentlemen. Move out.
How about this? Let me try this. Spot on. This is getting better and better. Nope, this one. Aerodynamic. I like it.
Well, that was really good.
You press the button, poof, bloop, change, save, but done. Or you want a different skill, open the skill, change, done. Now, you have to farm box, a random box, that's gonna give you a random skill. Amazing. Of course, you farm, you get the box, oof, wrong skill. Do you know where you have to go? Correctly. You have to go to the market. You have to go to the market and buy the skill you want. This is the most baby vomit dog shit outrageous system in the entire fucking universe, okay? Because as a new player, you don't know which skill are good, which skill are bad. You cannot test it. You don't have like practice mode, hey, let me go. No, you just farm the box, you get a random skill, you put it into your jewelry that is fucking outrageous because you change the jewelry every 5 level. So I'm not given on a mention that, hey, I like this skill, and when you change the jewelry set, I have to farm to put a currency into fucking removing the book from the ring because I'm gonna put it in the new ring. Let's not talk about this shit. Let's talk about other shit. So I am new player. I have no clue about what I should get. So I get the book. I put it into my jewelry and it sucks. Okay. So what you do? Oh, you can go to market and you can buy another book and try another book. So how do I summarize the changes made to the game for its re-release on West? That's all I have to say. But there is more. There is cherry on top that affects content creators just like me. You play the game, you are using in-game audio and music. Bagoosh! Copyright strike. Copyright infringement. Amazing. Sleeping Giant just awoken and we have discovered it's mentally handicapped. I still recommend you to play it. Why? You start the game, you play for 3 days, and your gear is good enough to progress until level 50. That's gonna be introduced in 4 days. No shop required, no farm required. You follow story quest, you do 5 dungeons, kill 10 world bosses, and you are pumped. You don't need anything else. You don't need to integrate with shop. You don't need to do all the bullshit. Playing melee in this game, tanking bosses, I still see it as fun experience. It is soiled and covered in baby vomit a bit, but still manageable. I will let you know when the cash shop and farming, when they reach levels that make the game unplayable for a normal human being, and only whales and sweats will be allowed. I will let you know, I will make a video. Anyway, that's all I have for you today. I hope you liked my quick breakdown about the situation. And in next video, we will go deeper. So stay tuned. If you want to see more, you can visit me on my Twitch, link in the description below, when we are chilling together and having fun. You open internet, you open YouTube, you open X, and you see all of these retards that fucking rule the world now, and the only motivation I have is to whip up my dick and fucking pop to hentai. That's all I have for you today. Thank you very much for watching. Wizard out. Poof.
I'm not sure I can think of a time that I've walked out of a movie theater feeling quite the way that I did leaving Coralie Farjat's The Substance. My buddy that I was with couldn't stop his legs from shaking and needed to sit down, and his heart rate had gone up to 126 BPM according to his Apple Watch, so he was pretty messed up by the end of this thing. And I probably seemed slightly psychotic because I simply could not stop laughing like a total maniac as I tried to process the absolute insanity and, to me, genre-defining nature of this movie. This was also one of those times where I was also just glad that I saw it in a theater, because it's kind of insane that something like this actually got enough funding to see its vision to completion and then also got a theatrical run, and it sort of feels like it's never going to happen again, so you're just lucky to be there during that moment. Last time I felt that was with Beau is Afraid, but of course The Substance has been much more of a financial success than that movie was. It's unfortunate that Beau is Afraid didn't do well, because I love that movie. Farjat began working on the script for The Substance after her first film, Revenge, was quite a success and gave her the attention of major studios who wanted to work with her. She was offered to direct Black Widow, but opted not to go for it because she wasn't interested in making that kind of movie and wouldn't have the full creative control over the project that she wanted. And so she made this instead. What a wildly awesome story for her to turn down a major superhero movie and then crawl away into a dark corner, cafes actually, to emerge with something that is pretty much the antithesis of everything that embodies major studio films like this. This is a gloves-off, thematically rich, challenging, and over-the-top in every way kind of movie, and it's something that you really just don't get to see very often. I do want to say before we get into it that while this movie does deal with themes that I think are applicable to everyone, it's definitely a story that's focused on issues that women face societally, and since I'm coming at this from the perspective of someone who isn't a woman, it's definitely possible that I will miss or misinterpret things, but it's still something that really hit me and left me feeling pretty much every emotion that I can, so I want to talk about it. I was entertained, confused, uncomfortable, curious, sad, angry, disturbed, and also found myself in stitches many times. This movie has got it all, and it's understandably been one of my most requested videos because I never covered it initially. I didn't do a video on it because I needed way more time to try and process this thing, because it's absolutely insane, and there's just so much to unpack that doing it in any other format than a deep dive just didn't feel right. So let's do that now and take a look at The Substance.
Oops, I gotta run. But it's always great to see you.
This movie has an insanely good first impression and shows the extremely effective approach that Farjat has to making you connect with Elizabeth's character in such a perfect way. Essentially what we have here is a woman who's worked in the entertainment industry forever. She's done acting, she's been a model, and now she's the host of a fitness TV show, which we learn early on she's being let go from because the scummy heads of the network say that she's gotten too old and unattractive to draw in the sort of viewership that they're looking for. Now, it can be a tricky task to make everyday people get overly invested in someone who is clearly super well off and has lived a life of fame, and the only way you can really make that work is to show them in the most human way you possibly can. In order to properly set up the connection to this character, we need to be able to connect not with her status as a celebrity, but with her struggles as a person experiencing challenges that aren't exclusive to people only in the upper class. The Substance had me right from the opening shot of this egg yolk getting a dose of this lime green heroin, but it was the long shot of Elizabeth's star on the Walk of Fame that completely hooked me into this story. This movie is covered from head to toe with incredible visual storytelling, and this image that spans many years showing all the different stages of her life after getting her star laid down is such a perfect way of opening the story. We watch as people labor over carefully laying this star down that's meant to honor the things that she's accomplished in her career, and we see her dancing on it in joy during the ceremony as people around her talk excitedly and take pictures, and then things start to slow down. The weather begins to age the star, exposing cracks as people who pass by go from snapping pictures with it to making offhand comments about a movie they think they remember her being in back in the day, and by the end of it, someone drops some food on it and leaves it covered in sauce. It's such a fantastic way of setting up the stage of life that we meet Elizabeth in, and the entire first act of the movie is essentially dedicated to showing the low point that she reaches when she finds out about getting fired. But what I really love about it is how it never once just sits us down and has her have a conversation with someone about how sad she is and how she feels like everything she worked for is just being left behind. In fact, one of the most revealing things about this first act is that she really doesn't have anyone in her life that she could even have that conversation with. Elizabeth, outside of when she's on set, really doesn't talk to anyone. She has no friends, she doesn't see family, she's not going out on dates. She's entirely alone. Her whole world exists on this set, and even the home that she lives in looks like a dollhouse that's designed more as a showpiece to keep up appearances even when no one is around. There are so many examples of them demonstrating the underlying themes here, like how in order to get into the place where she picks up the substance, she has to literally lower herself to get through the door, which was something that I immediately loved the first time I saw the movie because of how it reflects the lack of self-worth that will continue to get worse as the movie goes on. Also, throughout the entire thing, when she calls the number for the substance for help, they will never respond to her saying her name, only the number that was assigned to her, showing how a system that pushes people into this way of thinking does not see them as a person, but instead as just a number. She's being dehumanized by the very thing that she's hoping will make her seem more valuable to other humans. The entirety of her world exists not in her life, but in the star that we saw in that long shot. Everything feels synthetic and performative, and they do a great job of making the real her feel small by having this long, bright, highly stylized hallway with these huge photos of her that honestly don't even really look like the woman we see in front of us because of how modified and fake it all is, but this is the version of her that the world sees. She learns that she's being let go when Harvey, the producer of the show she hosts, has a phone call in the bathroom that she overhears while hiding in one of the stalls. Now this dude is fucking disgusting throughout the entire movie, and I'm not just talking about how much of a dirtbag he is as a person, but the way that they go about handling his presence on screen makes him so repulsive. He's always like sweaty and greasy. We get these uncomfortable close-ups of his yellowed teeth puffing on cigarettes. The scene where he tells Elizabeth he's letting her go while they have lunch focuses really heavily on these awful close-ups of the food he's eating as juices fly everywhere and the sound design gets amplified to make it all so much nastier.
That's what keeps the shareholders happy. And people always ask for something new.
And our introduction to him as a character is literally him pissing on the audience in first person.
Oh, Oscar winner, my ass. When was that? Back in the 30s? What? For King Kong?
He's played by Dennis Quaid, who is just fucking amazing here. He throws himself into every part of this character, and while his performance is a banger all around, I think my favorite part is his TV producer walk.
It's always great to see you.
I'm gonna start working on that. This guy is as scummy as they come, two-faced, exploitative, and entirely unwilling to acknowledge women as more than a delivery mechanism for tits to have on a TV screen. I'll talk more about him later, but I just can't get over how well this story sets up the way that Elizabeth is feeling at this point in her life. It's pretty much all done through visual storytelling, like the way she slumps out of the stall after overhearing the phone call Harvey was on and watches the water go down the drain like she just learned is happening to her career, or how she connects with this bug drowning in the drink at lunch with Harvey as she feels like she's being left to drown in her sorrow, or how on the bouquet of flowers she's given when she leaves, the only word that she can see on the note is "were." This is a beautiful setup of that sense of
Kumara,
fading away while the world
welcome
carries
to
on
my
and
channel.
draws its attention to the
Dobro
flashy
Jutru.
thing. One thing that I don't think has gotten nearly enough word of mouth when it comes to this movie is how insanely sad it is. Of course, the main point of discussion has been around the insane body horror and the social commentary at the heart of the movie for very good reason, but I was really taken aback by how this story managed to pull me to the edge of tears a couple times while watching. She sees her billboard getting taken down and she's distracted from the road and winds up getting T-boned, which puts her in the hospital, and while she's there, she's offered this experimental black...
S čime? Radim. Ne znam za šta ti nije jasno.
Lijep dan.
Da, odličan dan. Za otići na posao u nedelju popodne. Hvala.
Aha.
Aha.
Market drug from a young nurse. It markets itself as a way to form a
Mislim,
new
hvala
and
što si
better
pitao, ali...
version of yourself, which she eventually becomes too tempted by. We'll talk more about it in a bit, but once Sue is brought into the world, they do an amazing job of showing how she begins to see the real version of herself as this disgusting slob who's not worthy of anything more than rotting away in a chair by the TV and making a mess of the space because she has no respect for that side of herself anymore and only sees value in Sue. This synthetic and overly perfect version of herself only starts to make Elizabeth feel more and more unworthy and vile, and it becomes a self...
Kad god da radim, danas popodne sam na poslu. Ne idem nići, hvala. Ne ide mi se nići, da bi se opet posle vuku kući. Uživam tu da jesam, hvala. Ako ćeš dođi kod mene da popijemo jednu kafu, pošto si rekao da si ostavio cigare, tako. Ne moram ja svaki put dođem kod tebe. Ja, dođi ti kod mene. Ovog puta trezan, ako se ne sjećaš prošli put kako si ušao. U radničkoj uniformi, s prvom obućom, s gradilišta. Sve u redu, ali ono, znaš. Svako ulazi s ulice, moj čal uđi iz baštedu tu unutra. Ni ne sjećaš se kako si ušao prošli put.
JBT.
Sve je u redu. JBT i ZVZ.
Stu Simu.
A ja ne radim, oprosti. Znaš šta bi ti ličilo da ja uđem sa belom uniformom iz pekare, iz fabrike brašna, da sednem, da se uvalim u fotelju. Sa obućom koje na obući imaš slojeve ulja i brašna. I uđem kod tebe u dnevnu sobu, a? Se zabavimo malo čištajući. Ne znam, pa i ja radim. I ja radim, druže. Budem žut od kutija, lep od kutija. Ma sve u redu. Nema veze.
Muzet li 6 daka mine dželđem da ne radite. Da se i bo right. JBG.
Znači malo me deli da te, znači bukvalno ovako. Da se izborimo. Da se izborimo. Isto si rekao da se izborimo. Nisi mi ti ništa kriv, ali da se ne borimo. Možda doći kod mene na kafu, ako hoćeš, da pričaš sa mnom, nije problem. Ne moraju svi da vide, naročito ne kreten. Dobro, neće ni čut ništa, tako da može samo da dođe i on. Možda dođeš kod mene da pričaš sa mnom o tome. Ne želim da diskutujemo o mom poslu preko interneta. Ako hoćeš da dođeš kod mene, dođi. Ako nećeš, ne moraš, ko te jebe. Kad bude imao vremena, dođi kod tebe.
Fulfilling prophecy when she begins to overindulge.
Ne treba mi ovo da me pumpaš rano izito, zato neću ni idem.
She doesn't want to leave Sue or exist in her own body anymore, which starts to literally cause Elizabeth to rot away the more that Sue takes. There are so many moments where the tragedy of this is highlighted in insanely potent ways, and again, without ever having it be conveyed through dialogue. I genuinely didn't even notice until I was writing this video and researching the movie that there is very little dialogue in this script, because the methods that Farjah uses to convey emotions were so effective that I never noticed the fact that words were few and far between here. The two most potent examples of this kind of thing being done for the tragedy of the situation are when she's in Sue's body and finds herself overly disgusted by having to look at Elizabeth laying on the floor, and so she finds a hidden room and does a whole-ass renovation entirely on her own building a secret door where she can hide Elizabeth away during her time with Sue. She's getting to the point where she's not acknowledging Elizabeth as often as possible, and this shot of her closing the door damn near broke me. She's locking herself away in a completely dark room all alone because she's unwilling to face the natural aging that's come. This shot is so sad and isolating, and it does a great job of reflecting what she's doing with herself here from an emotional standpoint. The other moment was the entire sequence when she's getting ready for her date with Fred, an old friend she bumps into after leaving the hospital who knew her in school.
Lizzie Sparkle? Oh my god, I can't believe it!
Fred is an extremely important piece of very needed contrast in this story to make everything else hit as strongly as it needs to. As we've seen, Elizabeth is a very lonely person whose only connections with other people go out the window once she's deemed too old by the showrunners. No one ever in the entire movie makes a kind gesture towards Elizabeth, asks how she is, shows any interest in her beyond her physicality, or even really acknowledges her as more than a body to put in front of a camera. Everyone except for Fred. When he sees her outside the hospital, he's over the moon excited. He says he's followed her career and he's so happy to see her again after so long, and there's a big difference in his phrasing here.
You haven't changed a bit. You're still the most beautiful girl in the whole wide world.
He's directly contradicting everything that the rest of the world is telling her right now, and because he knew her before the fame and before she was sucked into this plastic world, he sees more than just Elizabeth Sparkle. He sees Lizzie.
Lizzie Sparkle? Oh my god, I can't believe it!
Just the fact that he called her a nickname instead of the one plastered on billboards says so much about how he sees her compared to how she's used to being seen. The studio that she works for is extremely focused on sexualizing their shows. The people running the auditions for Elizabeth's replacements make constant sexual remarks. The way they shoot Sue's eventual show says a lot, but Fred says that Elizabeth is beautiful. And that has a very different meaning than most of what she likely heard throughout the entirety of her career. Now, what's important here is that Fred is far from perfect. This movie exists in a world where everything is overly perfect and done up and fake. When she wakes up, Elizabeth's dull world is contrasted by Sue's morning being shot like it's a goddamn commercial for the drink she's having, with the super bright colors and really amped up sound of the fizziness, which is such a good piece of sound design that I think if I was dying of thirst, it would actually give me another couple hours to figure things out. The nurse at the hospital looks like he substitutes eating breakfast for chewing on his inner cheek while mewing in the mirror. It's either that or just really gross people like Harvey, but Fred is awkward, he's messy, he's clumsy, he's clearly very nervous and doesn't really know how to talk to Elizabeth. And even here, in one of few scenes with dialogue between characters, there is still some fantastic visual storytelling. Fred asks if Elizabeth would want to go for a drink sometime, and you can tell from her reaction that she's very flattered in a human way by this gesture. It's not something we see very often, and he writes his phone number on his medical papers that he has and then drops them in a muddy puddle before giving it to Elizabeth.
There.
This man just gave her his number on a piece of paper that apparently has alarmingly high cholesterol levels on it, was dropped in a brown puddle, and did this while fumbling nervously over his sentences. And it is the most human gesture that she has gotten for the entire day, bar none. I would say it's the kindest gesture of the entire movie, but Fred tops himself a little while later. Elizabeth calls his number after having a really rough time, and this phone call is absolutely adorable.
Hello.
Fred's showing his awkwardness once again by being shocked that Elizabeth is calling him, and I get the feeling that the restaurant he suggests they go to is a pretty humble spot that's probably not the sort of high-end place that Elizabeth is used to going to, just because of the way she says it.
I could book Luigi's at 8?
8 at Luigi's, it is. I will see you tonight.
This isn't a knock against her, by the way. She seems very excited to be going to a place that doesn't feel as done up as the rest of her world is. It is a very sweet scene, but when she's about to leave for the date, she catches a look at the giant billboard of Sue that's eternally staring into the window of her condo, and then sees this warped, distorted version of herself in the reflection of the doorknob, and runs back to the bathroom, and it gets really sad. She keeps loading on more and more makeup, correcting what she's done and overanalyzing everything about how she looks, frantically trying to perfect herself, and this panic and self-abuse and hatred soon turns to pure destruction as she entirely undoes everything she's done while getting ready. She simply cannot see herself as beautiful anymore with the contrast of Sue, despite Fred's clear honesty when he said that he thinks she is. She's been broken by a system that taught her that her worth is entirely tied to looking like she'll never age, and now that she's been spending every other week as Sue, she's seeing this version of herself as disgusting because of the contrast in how the world and herself has been treating each of them. She crawls into bed, ghosting Fred as he nervously tries to check in on her, and this is the one and only time in the entire movie where any single person asks Elizabeth, "Are you okay?" It's really fucking sad, because Elizabeth is made entirely unable to accept that even the most genuine connection she makes would be able to see her as worthy if she doesn't look like the overly perfect version of herself that she has hanging as a constant reminder in her living room and out the window. The other moment I wanted to mention that always really gets me actually is a spoken line that makes it as upsetting as it is. And that's towards the end of the movie after Elizabeth decides to end the experience of the substance because more and more is being taken by Sue every time. We're gonna get to it, don't worry. But she backs out halfway through plunging the killing syringe into Sue's heart and begins pleading for her not to be dead, and here's what she says.
Come on, you're the only lovable part of me. You have to come back. You have to come back.
Dude, you wanna talk about a line full of tragedy and a lack of self-worth? That one right there is one of the saddest lines I've heard in a movie in a long time. Especially because it's coming from this monstrous, destroyed version of Elizabeth that became as deteriorated as she is because she couldn't bear the thought of existing inside of her actual body. That element is just a stroke of genius in this movie's story, and it's stuff like that that makes this movie as memorable for me as it is. Not all the crazy body horror, as fun as all that is. So let's talk a bit about the effect of the substance itself before getting into some of the humor, horror, and rage-filled insanity of what follows. When Elizabeth takes the substance, Sue is born from her back within minutes in a dizzying sequence of visual distortions, bizarre fragmentation, and this fascinating whirlwind of a duplicating body, and it all eventually leads to Sue finally crawling out and entering the world. While Elizabeth was played by Demi Moore, Sue was played by Margaret Qualley, and she is equally fantastic here. Now, there are rules to this drug that Elizabeth must adhere to lest she meet some very nasty consequences. She absolutely must switch between bodies every 7 days with no exceptions, and she has to essentially boost herself daily when in Sue's body using fluids that she gets from Elizabeth's spine to maintain the stability of this other body since it can't survive on its own. She has to keep the unused body attached to a constant food supply which only has enough in it for the 7-day cycle, and perhaps most critically, she has to remember this.
The one and only thing not to forget. You are one.
Now, this is where the substance goes from just being a nasty body horror movie to something a lot more thought-provoking. No matter what Elizabeth or Sue says at any point of the movie, no matter how they behave or what it seems like, they are one. But what makes this so interesting is how good Elizabeth gets at convincing herself that they are two different people. The first thing that she decides to do when becoming Sue is to audition for the replacement of Elizabeth Sparkle at the network that she left, which is another point that's just heartbreaking because of how badly she wants to be back in the world that made her feel so utterly unworthy and hopeless. And what makes this hit even harder is that she gets the position easily, which shows that it truly was only because of her age that they let her go. She was still fully able to fit what they needed on the show with who she is because she's that damn good at it. From this point on, Sue and Elizabeth sort of go in polar opposite directions, with Sue becoming more and more famous, living a fast-paced party lifestyle, going out and hooking up with people, getting on magazine covers, doing talk show interviews. She's living a lavish life. Well, at the same time, Elizabeth spends her time vegging, not wanting to see anyone and just stuffing her face on the couch while the apartment gets dirtier, and there's this fascinating war that sparks between Elizabeth and Sue. And it's fascinating because they're the same person. We watch as these two sides of her grow disdainful towards one another and fall further into the extremes of both ends of their lifestyles, reaching a point where Elizabeth is almost unable to get up because her knee locks in this horrid moment. This gets really crazy, with one of the best scenes of the movie being a sort of tipping point for the dynamic that's been getting worse and worse as time draws on. They make a point of showing how explosive each side of her is by having the reaction from the other right after the body switch happens, with Elizabeth getting annoyed and envious at the party life that she sees, and Sue being disgusted by the disarray left behind by Elizabeth. And this back and forth keeps getting more and more intense until Sue goes on a talk show that airs when Elizabeth is the one walking around. And to properly talk about what makes this scene so great, we need the context of what happens when some of these rules around the usage of the substance are broken. The reason that this 7-day cycle is so important to religiously adhere to is that if you don't, you get negative side effects on both sides. Presumably, if Sue is left longer, she'll start withering away since she's not really designed to survive on her own, although, of course, we never see that since Elizabeth wants to exist only as Sue. The trouble comes when she decides to take a little extra time from Elizabeth one night when she has a guy over. She tries to raw dog it for a bit, but quickly notices the side effects kicking in, and so she decides to take an extra boost from Elizabeth's body. There are 2 moments in this movie where something really insane happens, and I wasn't sure the first time around if they actually happened in the movie or were more so meant to represent the state of mind that Elizabeth was in and foreshadow some stuff. And this is one of those moments. When she returns to the dude, he remarks that she looks even better than she did before, and then when he opens up her zipper, a fresh bucket of Sue soup comes falling out and onto the floor, which didn't actually happen since the dude still leaves a note for her that Elizabeth finds, but it's here to show that this little decision is the beginning of her own self-destruction. Now, a boost can't just come from nowhere, and when Elizabeth wakes up the next morning after the switch, she finds that one of the fingers on her hand has begun to rot away, like a sickly branch on a dying tree. This starts happening more often and for longer durations as Sue gets more sucked up into her new lifestyle and doesn't want to return to Elizabeth. It's quite the self-fulfilling prophecy because in her disgust of herself and rejection of the rules, she winds up making Elizabeth rot, then finding the body more disgusting because it's rotten, and being more unwilling to return to it, and it snowballs really quickly. We get a lot of very nasty reveals of the sort of changes that are happening to Elizabeth's body as Sue steals more life from her, with probably the most bone-chilling scene of the movie being this shot when Elizabeth wakes up after Sue went on a bit of a spinal juice binge. And we hear the icy scream from Elizabeth as she sees what it did to her. It's a really horrifying section of the movie where one side degrades and withers while the other prospers on the stolen vigor, but it's also, like the other stuff earlier, really fucking sad. We get this scene where Elizabeth calls the number she got the substance from and is trying to figure out what she can do, and they ask her if she would like to stop and carry on just as Elizabeth, but that if she does that, her body will not return to the state it was in, and she simply can't bring herself to do it. Even more so now than before, she can't fathom the thought of living without Sue, even though she's slowly killing her to live the lifestyle she does. So in that scene where Elizabeth is watching the interview she did as Sue, we see that dynamic highlighted in a bit more of an explosive way.
Tell them who your little beauty secret is.
I guess
I will just show them right here. Here's your little beauty secret.
See, while the substance is intense and sad and horrifying,
welcome to my channel.
Also fucking hilarious.
Best
In
VP
Sue's
rupees
interview,
on
she makes up this
stream.com
story
remove
about
the
having
space
grown up
wiggle
with her
L.
mother watching Elizabeth's show, but never being a fan of it because it's too dated and bland. And then she goes on talking about how she manages to keep such a youthful vigor to her and how she looks so good. She's talking about beauty secrets, and Elizabeth watches and grows enraged because she is the beauty secret, and it's being stolen from her. Elizabeth is really reaching a breaking point here where she's doing perhaps the most enraged cooking I've ever seen in my life as she tries some of the recipes from the book that Harvey gave her as a departure gift, and it's fucking nasty. Eggs are actually a fairly important part of the visual storytelling here, since that opening shot demonstrating the substance used egg yolks, and it's quite fitting that now we see her just ripping up eggs and they're flying all over the place and getting on everything. It's also fun to see this as Elizabeth looking at the eggs like they're Sue, since in a lot of ways, Sue is just an egg from Elizabeth who's feeding off of her. She starts aggressively fisting a turkey while looking at these shots of Sue's ass on the TV, just wanting to wreck her in the way that she feels she's being wrecked. The food is burned and greasy and gnarled. Elizabeth is hissing at everything Sue says on the TV and getting angrier the more Sue plays the sweet, innocent girl. The camera work gets really crazy and disorienting, which is reflecting how distorted and unstable reality has gotten for Elizabeth. It's a fantastic scene, and it's also just really funny because of how good Demi Moore is here.
I try to be nice.
Now, while humor was definitely a part of this, one of the main reasons that Farjah wanted to make this movie is on full display as well, and that's just utter rage. This is going to be something front and center in the climax of the movie, but we get a great look at the sheer anger Elizabeth feels at this system that contorted her view of herself, but also at herself for allowing it to control her life, because keep in mind,
You are one.
as much as it may seem like these are two separate beings who are battling each other for resources, this is all Elizabeth. She's just getting more and more absorbed in Sue, who's getting grossed out by Elizabeth and becoming unwilling to acknowledge her as a part of herself. And in her own head, it's clear that she's convinced herself they are two different people because she talks about it like there's no way to stop Sue from doing what she's doing.
She didn't respect the balance. She's stealing more and more time from me, completely, without consideration of the consequences.
She needs someone to blame for the state that she's in and can't bring herself to acknowledge that it's really all on her. Because if she does that, then it means that she needs to make a conscious effort to stop taking more from Elizabeth when she's Sue, and the thought of doing that is too much to bear. She hates what she's doing to herself, but also can't bring herself to stop, and so she starts treating it like she's not in control of the situation, and that cognitive dissonance shows in full fury here while she watches the interview. She's come to hate the real her so much that she's going on TV and bashing the shit out of herself because when she's in Sue, she's able to separate enough. And she's so disgusted by this side that she feels like even if she acknowledges to herself that Elizabeth is the reason she's able to look this good, then it'll sort of recognize worth in that part of her, and she doesn't feel like she's worthy of that.
This balance is not working. I barely have any time to enjoy myself, while she wastes 7 days stuffing her face in front of the TV.
This is a really packed sequence that honestly may be the best scene of the movie just because it does such a good job of showing these warring sides and how her perspective has been manipulated since she took the substance. There's another phenomenal scene that does a great job of showing the mindset she's at when she's in Sue and is becoming more disgusted by the things she does as Elizabeth. It comes up while she's shooting an episode of her new show, which is a little different from the one that Elizabeth did. I don't know how much of it I can even really show on YouTube. I don't know what the rules about that are. During the filming, Sue has something strange suddenly jut out of her ass cheek, and it was noticed on the camera, so we get this hilarious and also really uncomfortable moment where the entire production pauses and gathers around the monitor after saying something was noticed on the camera, and they all attentively watch the slow motion footage going frame by frame on this very vulnerable close-up. It's something that's pretty indicative of the sort of exploitation and micro-analysis of women's bodies that happens in this industry, which is a thematic touch, but for the narrative here, we have something that happens when Sue goes running off to try and find out what the hell just happened. She finds this awful looking lump under her skin and begins to pull on it, push it, and dragging it around to the front of her body before pulling a chicken drumstick from her belly button? That's a superpower. You can't trick me. That's a fucking superpower. I love this because it's showing how grossed out Sue is by the other part of herself. Like that bit where she just fell apart and melted while hooking up with that guy, this isn't something that actually happens in the real world. It's just this sort of reflection of why Sue begins staying in this body for longer every cycle. She feels horrified at the idea of sharing time with the other half, feeling physically repulsed at the thought and seeing that manifest as a greasy piece of meat being stuck under her skin. It's gross, obviously, but this is also great fucking storytelling, man. Now, all of this is leading up to the New Year's Eve show that Sue has been signed on for at the network, which is set to be the biggest night of her life. And after the explosive episode that Elizabeth had while rage watching that interview, the apartment is left in the worst condition it ever has been, and her body is in a really rough state, and this causes Sue to be entirely unwilling to go back into that body and that mentality. So she decides to essentially stockpile every last drop of stabilizer fluid she can get from Elizabeth and she begins using the food that was intended for both her and Elizabeth to feed this body to essentially act as a farm for herself to live off of. Now, we saw earlier on what one extra boost did, and then we saw a more extreme example a little while later. So when this text pops up saying 3 months later, it's a hell of a punch from the movie, because you just know that when this eventually gets revealed, it's gonna be bad. We get to a point here where Sue is unable to extract any more stabilizer fluid from Elizabeth, and when she calls the support hotline, they tell her that there is nothing that she can do other than to switch back to Elizabeth's body, because she can't replenish the fluid in the state that she's in. Sue has sucked every last drop out of her, and now the idea of having to go back into the body in order to survive is repulsive enough that she begins to gag. But she has no other option. And so when she switches back to, holy sweet mother of God, what the actual fuck is this? I'm gonna save a section for after we finish talking about the story to get into the practical effects in this movie, but my good God, this reveal is so fucking insane. Elizabeth looks just, she's disgusting now with this withered skin rag of a lump wandering around. And this also probably has the funniest moment of the entire movie. Sue was forced to switch while a guy was over who it seems like she'd been seeing for a little bit, and he goes to the bathroom when he hears her there, not without making this remark. Classy. Anyway, it's pretty funny when he hears her on the other side of the door sounding like an ancient witch cursing his forefathers and all of his descendants to come, and he goes running away, but it ain't got shit on what's coming. When she awakes in this state, she calls the number again and says that she wants to stop. She is utterly at the end of the line and can't keep doing this to herself, and they tell her to go and pick up the termination kit. Now there's this neighbor who's been super into Sue since he first came over, looking to yell at Elizabeth for making so much noise during those renovations, but his ape brain warmed up right quick because oogle oogle.
You gonna open that?
And man, when Elizabeth covers herself up as best she can and barges out of the room with this dude expecting Sue on the other side and being met with this instead, I almost couldn't see I was laughing so hard. That is pure perfection. Thank you, Corley, for providing this moment. I fucking adore this movie. I love how intense and over the top they make this sequence by having the streets be filled with the sounds of honking car horns and sirens and alarms and dogs barking as Elizabeth frantically runs to get the termination kit, because on top of reflecting how overwhelmed she is in the moment, it's also just showing how fucked up and distorted her reality has come with how much she's taken from herself as Sue. As I was talking about a bit earlier, she winds up changing her mind partway through the termination process, and this is where the movie ramps up to yet another level. This is one of the big things about The Substance. When it came out, I was hearing how crazy and over the top and wild it was, and throughout the entire movie, you keep getting these moments where you're like, ah, this is what people were talking about, this is what they meant, and then it just keeps topping itself and getting more and more insane. Quite impressive, honestly. Another amazing thing about this movie is how well it handles the natural curiosities that we have about how the substance works, and more importantly, what happens if it's misused. I kept thinking of different scenarios as the movie went on and wondered what would happen if, for example, Sue took the substance since she's not even an independent body, or what would happen if Elizabeth took it again. Also, something that just occurred to me, like what would happen if Sue got pregnant? What goes on there? That's another thing I want to know about now. And what if two of them took... I don't want a sequel. I don't want a sequel. It's pointless. But I'm definitely curious about that. There are a lot of questions, a lot of different kind of scenarios you can toy with there, and one of them will get answered, but I love how they play with that curiosity throughout the runtime. When you see that 3-month skip, you want to know really badly what that's going to look like, and the same happens here when Elizabeth half terminates Sue and then forcefully wakes her up by connecting the switch directly to her heart instead of the veins in her arms that she has been doing. And then Sue wakes up with Elizabeth still standing. The moment where she changed her mind when using the termination kit is one of the best examples of Demi Moore's stellar performance, and it's amazing to me that they managed to make a scene that was hilarious a second ago purely heartbreaking now.
You gotta get ready. It's our big night.
This fight scene that breaks out when Sue sees the termination kit is fucking brutal as all hell, with these two sides of Elizabeth now split and able to go at each other, and because Sue way overindulged on the stabilizer fluid and was using it like a weird steroid, she basically has superpowers now and can mega kick Elizabeth across the room like that annoying upgrade from Assassin's Creed Odyssey. All of the disdain and hatred that these two parts of one person have developed is finally being let out in this vicious battle, and even in this extremely violent scene, they managed to slip in another really sad moment where Sue grabs Elizabeth's head and forces her to stare in the mirror at what she's become, basically just reaffirming the utter lack of self-love and hatred of the real her before smashing her face to shit, and she ultimately kills Elizabeth back out in the living room. The moment that the Matrix body dies, Sue has this intense flash that serves as a reminder that, again, despite what it may seem, you are one. And Sue cannot survive without Elizabeth. That's an angle that I feel like Farja found a perfect way to explore in this movie, that no matter what, no matter how much you hate parts of yourself and wish they would die off and rot away, you need the whole of yourself and your experience and your personality to survive. Every part of you is worth something, whether it's a quality of yourself that makes you a good person, or perhaps perspective that you earned through an experience doing something that maybe wasn't so great at the time, but it all means something. And wishing away anything will result in the utter destruction of the whole. And it doesn't take long for that truth to show itself. The tension and anticipation that is built up for this climax is one of the most effective examples of how to create that feeling that I've seen in a long time, because we're now in unknown territory. We've seen what happens without the stabilizer fluid, and we've seen what happens when the cycle isn't respected, but we have no clue what's going to happen now that the Matrix body has been killed. And to have Sue be heading for a live New Year's Eve broadcast as the star of the show is such a perfect idea, because we know it's going to go badly, and it does. It does! It's pretty clear that Sue's head is messed up because the sound design gets all warped and muffled, and it's not long before her teeth start falling out and her fingernails peel off and she tries to press the elevator buttons. Her ear even falls off in the elevator. There's this great detail where this dude comes in and says something to her that we can't hear, but he doesn't even seem to notice that she's clearly in extreme distress and just carries on talking before he leaves. It's a part of a broad thing that happens a lot here, where men are either totally uncomfortable and nervous around women showing emotion, or they just don't even clock that anything is wrong, because especially for someone in show business like this, they don't really see them as a person, so they're not picking up on those sort of things that make them human. To this dude, Sue is just the face they're putting in front of the camera. This sequence is really nasty, and they make sure you get right up close and personal with these horrid close-ups of Sue literally falling apart and melting away. Also, we get a strong contender for best line delivery of the entire movie when Harvey bumps into her in the hall and says this:
"Is everything okay?"
Dennis Quaid, man, he's fucking perfect in this role. The only reason I can't quite say that's Runaway the best line delivery is because Margaret Qualley dropped this iconic line earlier on when she wakes up to find the apartment in the state that it was left in after Elizabeth watched the interview. Amazing. Now, there has been nothing subtle, really, about this movie up to this point. Subtlety really isn't the name of the game here, and this is entirely designed to be an over-the-top, batshit insane explosion of emotions from Coralie Farja, and the climax is where we get the ultimate catharsis of everything that's been building up to this point. Sue realizes that her body is falling apart, and despite knowing how dire the consequences of not playing by the rules of the substance are, she needs to have this perfect version of herself and feels that that outweighs those risks, and she decides to take the substance once more. And here is where one of my many questions surrounding different misuses of the substance is answered, because here we get the birth of Monstro Eliza Sue. Now let me tell you, there are very few moments in my life that have been as joyous as the one where this intertitle popped up on the screen in the theater. It's right here. This is cinema. What's born from Sue is this cellular war crime of misplaced biology, and it's equally monstrous and beautiful. Now there's a lot going on here, but the thing that seems to be the focus of it all is that Monstro Eliza Sue seems to be quite happy with the way she looks. exists for Elizabeth. She hallucinates the memory of those guys from the audition, saying that
looks like everything sure is in the right place this time.
And she starts dolling herself up for the show. She was such a victim of this system that she believes this is what people wanted from her. And it's hard not to draw parallels to some botched plastic surgeries that many celebrities have gotten in the pursuit of trying to twist and conform to match the thing that the masses want them to be. And you can get so lost in that rabbit hole that you don't see how destructive a lot of it is. In this movie, we have the exploration of that sort of thing, but also this constant display of stealing quality of life from your older self in order to make your youth more flashy and exciting and to try and hold on to as much as you can. But no matter how hard you try, it's impossible to ever escape the reality that aging is coming, and you need to treat your body and mind with the proper respect, or you risk completely destroying yourself in the long run. There's also just that angle of neglecting the person you really are to try and tend to the version of yourself that you show off to the world in the hope that they'll love that version of you because you don't think the real one is worthy of it. It's such a dense and emotional story, and despite how obviously over the top and comical this is, it's also got this really somber feel to it where we're seeing the result of someone neglecting to love themselves and pursuing entirely what other people tell them they need to be in order to be valuable, and having it completely distort them into some unrecognizable blob, and they're unable to see that this is not what you should be. So here's Monstro Elizasu now, getting ready for her big show. Stick the earring in where it fits, there's probably an ear in there somewhere. Her hair burns and tears off when she tries to curl it, and for the cherry on top, she goes back out to the living room and cuts out her face from that huge picture of herself. She brought it back out after Sue was forced to switch back to Elizabeth, and that was significant because it's when she decided to stop the cycle and just be Elizabeth, so she's trying to love this side of herself again by looking at what she accomplished instead of hiding it away because that part of her life was over. That's another really fucking sad scene I didn't mention, with Elizabeth staring at the picture of who she was before becoming this withered thing in pursuit of living through the lavish life forever. It's got that feeling of like the 3 a.m. sadness, just like looking back on the decisions that she made. It's somber. She glues the cutout face onto her own, which is a way of showing how she gave up on that self-love and decided to just cut the reminder of it apart and cover what she's become with it. And the interesting part is that no one at the studio even notices it's not her, because they never actually saw the person in the first place. They only saw the paper mask version that was putting on a show to try and earn their favor. The tone of this is so interesting as well, because obviously the way I'm talking about it makes it sound very introspective and emotional, and thematically it certainly is, but while watching the movie, this whole thing is just utterly outrageous and wild, and Farjah does a fantastic job of displaying these really deep thematic points through the lens of absolute absurdity. It's not until the mask falls off when she gets on stage that they realize what's standing in front of them, and as soon as they see it, they start screaming.
The monster! Shoot the monster! It's a freak!
Once again, of course, on its face, this is just insane, but what we're seeing is someone who threw themselves away trying to hold on to the one world that ever showed her any sort of admiration, regardless of how genuine it really was, and through all of the things that she tried to do to keep her in their favor, they now see her as something monstrous that is to be feared and destroyed. Elizasu wanders around, yelling into the crowd, trying to tell them that it's still her, that she's still the person they admire, but it's not working. And here is where you can almost feel Farjah just screaming up at the sky in rage and letting out all of the anger she's felt towards this system, and it's fucking awesome! One of the audience members cuts off Elizasu's head and it just grows right back, and when she tries to grab the mic, her arm snaps off, and this is where the rage explosion comes. This sequence of blood spraying from Monstro Elizasu and coating the entire studio and all of the attendees who work in the industry with blood, while music that would fit in Doom Eternal rips and tears, is the most beautiful fuck you to everything that this movie has been touching on. The exploitative words of people ring in Elizasu's head when she looks at the bright studio lights as everything here turns to gore. She sprays blood all over the walls of the hallway that once held all of those pictures of Elizabeth, Just saying fuck you to all of this and everything it stands for, and fuck you for turning me into this. It's this intense, energetic, disgusting, bloody explosion of fury with her throwing her arms up in the air and saying, "What the fuck ever," to these people who call her a monster for trying to hold on to the person they told her she had to be. The film comes to a close with Eliza Sue running down the street and falling apart on the sidewalk, crashing onto the ground in an explosion of gore and nastiness, and Elizabeth is left as nothing more than a face with some meat attached to it that she can crawl across the ground with, which is so wonderfully creative. And I also love how it's showing that even through the monster that she became, the real her is always there, as buried away as it may seem. She's still in there somewhere, and she crawls toward that star that we saw getting laid at the start of the movie, and we get the one solitary, peaceful shot of the entire thing as she lays on it and looks up at the actual stars in the night sky above. She then has another hallucination where she sees her walk down the hall when she first arrived for the show with Eliza Sue, where everyone was loving her and telling her that she's invaluable because even after everything, after they turned on her and called her a monster and cut her fucking head off, even after they showed how they truly see her as nothing more than a pretty face for TV, her perception has been so distorted by the world that she lives in that she still looks at that moment as a good one, and she melts into the cracked star on the Walk of Fame that people only glance at in passing now, utterly consumed by this world. The next morning, she's swept up by a cleaner going down the street, leaving nothing behind but the forgotten, faded, and neglected star laid in the concrete that meant so much more to her than the stars in the sky. I'm aware that over the past few months, I've talked about a couple of movies where I've used this term, and I don't want to seem like I use it lightly because I truly do not. It just happens to be that I've been talking about a lot of movies I really love recently. But The Substance is a genuine masterpiece. It's this absurd, exciting, disgusting, tragic, hilarious, thought-provoking, and stunningly well-crafted story that blew me away and left me giddy leaving the theater in a way that I'm not sure has ever happened before. Demi Moore, in my opinion at least, gives the best performance of her entire career here and does such a good job of being really funny while also tugging at the heartstrings with how sympathetically she plays this character. And you can tell that she's no stranger to the sort of thing that's being portrayed here. Margaret Qualley does an equally fantastic job, and she had a pretty challenging role because she had to play this other side of Elizabeth while also letting the true her still show in the eyes at certain moments. Dennis Quaid is without a doubt the other highlight of the movie, with this cartoonishly horrible person who's probably not even that far off from some of what exists in the industry. It's also very important to commend the phenomenal practical effects on display here, with a lot of things that I had assumed were CGI because of how complicated they would be to actually pull off being done practically, which was something that Farjah was committed to doing for the sake of authenticity. Even those really cool shots of fire were done practically, as well as those dreamy motorcycle shots during the switches and the massive blood explosion at the end. The amount of work that went into this thing is truly inspiring, and that extends to the soundtrack and sound design, which is so incredibly important here considering how much of the runtime is spent with Elizabeth being by herself, and of course because of the huge focus on body horror. All of these horrifying moments are made so much more potent because of the extreme attention paid to making the sound of the squelching, cracking deterioration of the body, and it's also used really well to show the mental distortions that happens at points when the substance is used inappropriately. The camera work from cinematographer Benjamin Creation deserves a lot of recognition as well, with such a good understanding of what this story is really about beyond the surface level body horror of what's going on. And something that I don't tend to mention nearly as much as I should in my videos is the editing, which is fucking fantastic in this movie. Also, there are quite a few lovely nods to The Shining throughout, which I love to see because I cherish this movie to the deepest pits of my soul. This hallway looks ripped right out of the hotel. The red bathroom is a clear parallel to the scene with Grady, and we get some very similar shots as well, like when Elizabeth is yelling at Sue's boyfriend to leave her alone, and we get this shot that is pretty much exactly the same as when Jack gets locked in the freezer. Great stylistic nods that make me feel warm and fuzzy because The Shining is one of my comfort movies. And I feel safe saying that here because I'm pretty sure most of you are going to get what I mean by that. There's one other thing I wanted to talk about that I think is pretty important because I've had a couple people mention this either in comments or even in discussions I've had in person talking about The Substance, where people are like, dude, Best part of this movie was seeing Margaret Qualley's ass and her tits. Man, so fucking hot, dude. For the people whose takeaway from this was, ooh, sexy woman's body, I need you to know that you're doing the exact same thing that the people who watch American Psycho and go, he's so mean, do. You're literally the stereotype that this movie is criticizing and perpetuating the exact societal issues being explored, so please stop doing that. Also, Qualley's breasts in this movie are fake because they wanted them to be impossibly perfect, so they made prosthetics, so do with that what you will. The term instant classic is thrown around a lot, but I'm not sure I've ever called something that in a video before. The Substance is absolutely an instant classic, and is one of the best movies I think I have ever seen. This is a thematically rich and extremely well realized story that explores some tricky topics in a perfect way, and it's not one I'll be forgetting anytime soon. It's a crowning jewel of an accomplishment, and to me, it's a perfect movie. If you want me to bring up one criticism I have, I thought the diner scene was unnecessary. I just didn't really feel like it added anything. It's not a bad scene, it's just kind of unnecessary. That's about it. Other than that, I have zero criticism. The Substance is a masterpiece in the truest sense of the word.
Who has time to say that? We're gonna make you sing. It's shorter. It's better.
Thanks for watching through to the end. I hope you enjoyed the video enough that you want to see more, and if that's the case, consider subscribing and hitting the notification bell because YouTube can sometimes suck at recommending channels. A huge thank you to my wonderful Patreon supporters and YouTube channel members who are a massive help in allowing me to continue committing as much time as I can to making these videos. If you want to gain access to things like behind the scenes material or gain early access to my videos, consider supporting me on either platform. As always, thank you for stopping by Rockland Graves. I hope you've enjoyed your stay.
Hey folks, this is Ryan. And Diablo 4 is about to get a hell of a lot more flamboyant, being able to get 50% off plus free shipping on your first box.
Oh no.
Alright, starting with Diablo news. Things are about to get a little more flamboyant in Diablo 4. Diablo boss Rod Ferguson just teased that the game's cosmetics are moving away from the whole grounded aesthetic and diving into flashier, more over-the-top designs. And for anyone who's been paying attention to the in-game shop for the past year, there should be no surprise, as increasingly more fantastical designs have been making their way into the game. Also, in an interview with Wowhead shortly before D4's release, Rod said that at launch, Diablo 4 will have a gritty and grounded world. Stuff like a cow level, wings, pets would take away from that groundedness, but that they would loosen things up as they go further down the line. So we've clearly been getting that loosening up that they promised long ago. And now, in a recent interview with Stephen Totolo for GameFile, Rod said that for the first couple of years, they wanted to be really grounded with their cosmetics, but that he expects new D4 gear to get, quote, more flamboyant and more out there. The team is also interested in cosmetics that cross over with other game series. Thankfully, though, when asked if he would do a crossover with Microsoft-owned franchise Banjo-Kazooie, Ferguson laughed and said no. Warcraft crossovers, okay, it's fantasy, you can kind of fit, let's keep it thematic. Meanwhile, it sounds like battle passes might be getting a glow up as well. Ferguson straight up called the traditional battle pass system antiquated, and he hinted at something with more player agency, possibly inspired by Call of Duty's map-style unlock system. He said, quote, "There are different ways to gamify and to give the players more agency. So I think what I would say is watch this space for us. I think we're going to be introducing some interesting things, alright? for watching. Now, Stephen Totillo's great interview and excellently written article on the interview is locked behind a paywall on GameFile, so most people can't or won't read the original. Instead, we're getting secondhand reports from outlets that are reporting on snippets of the article, which wouldn't be a problem if some of those articles weren't downright terrible. I won't call out a specific outlet, but there's an article that has been seen by a lot of people, spread around on Reddit, titled Diablo 4 lead wants to stop appeasing blasters that rush through content and claim there's nothing to do. This title obviously frames Rod in a negative light, putting an adversarial slant between Rod and the blasters, making it kind of a him versus them thing, making it seem like he's talking down to them or thinking down on them. But when you read the actual interview, which I remind you 99% of people will not due to the paywall, well, you see that this headline is completely misleading. Here are the parts of the interview that the headline is alluding to. I'll quote directly from Totillo's piece, and this comes courtesy of Wowhead. Thank you, Wowhead. Quote, "There's a lot of pressure to feed the blasters," he said, "and there can be a public price for failing to do so. The content creator who's an influencer or is a tastemaker will be out there saying there's nothing to do. At the other end of things is the weekend player who's barely keeping up. Ferguson has mercy on those slower players. He said at DICE that he regretted only giving Diablo 4 players a 6-week gap between the launch of the game and the start of its first season. Many players simply weren't done with the main game when the season's debuted." I'm going to jump in there a moment to say that I agree. I think that either the first season should have been a soft season and started with the game launch, or, yeah, should have given a good 3 months regular season time before the launch of Season 1. I think what happened was they made a mistake with the launch of Diablo 2 Resurrected and its first season. They waited way too long. It was like 6 months or something. It was ridiculous. So they probably figured, okay, we don't want to make that mistake again, because by the time the first season of D2R launched, all the hype was dead. The thing is, D4 wasn't a solved game. D2R was. Most people jumping into D2R already had blasted the hell out of Diablo 2 and were ready to jump into a season immediately. So starting a season within a month would have been totally fine in D2R. Well, let's get back to the quote. "The game's current season, its 7th, is tuned very fast," Ferguson said. "Players can advance through it quickly. You start to worry a little bit because you're like, we have 12 weeks, 10 weeks, people need stuff to do, and if you can go through it this quickly, you start to go, okay, what can we be doing and how do I think about how fast this is?" And then literally this morning, my X thing goes off and I look at the notifications and it's a person saying, "Hey, I just wanted to tell you I love the current season. I only get to play 3 hours every weekend. I'm actually making progress. It feels great." And I'm like, yeah, can't forget about those guys. So that's it, folks. That's the extent of the section of the article about Rod not wanting to appease blasters who say there's nothing to do in the game anymore. Does that sound to you like Rod said he wants to stop appeasing the blasters? Because to me, it sounds like his point is that he wants to make both the blasters and the weekend players happy, and it's difficult to do that, and because the blasters are the influencers who are making the most noise, it can be easy to forget about those weekend players who aren't clamoring and posting YouTube videos about what they want in the game. Now, also in this interview, we learned that Diablo 2 Resurrected has more players than Diablo 3 right now. Rod thinks that D3 players migrated over to D4 as the game has introduced more and more of D3's features. Makes perfect sense to me. I've said for a couple of seasons now that D4 has become a better version of D3. I would not have said that at launch. In fact, I explicitly did not say that at launch. I said in my Diablo 4 review, I said D4 is not a better D3. It is not a better D2. It is something else. Now, it is a better D3. All right, folks, interview aside, let's talk Goblins. The March of the Goblins event is live. It's ending Tuesday. Short event, just 1 week. But it's short enough to not outstay its welcome. There's not a whole lot to the event. It's really just more goblins are spawning. But the main thing is that with this event comes the permanent introduction of 6 new goblin types. And again, they're just going to be more common during this week. And you also have a reputation track to go through, which doesn't take a whole lot of time to get through. If you're a weekend player, you might have to dedicate your weekend to doing it, but it is a feasible goal if you put some time and effort into it. If you're not done with D4 Season 7 yet, then the reputation track is going to give you some nice rewards to help you gear up your character and all that. If you are done with the season, it's not a whole lot of reason to partake in this event other than to check out the new goblins, which you'll see eventually anyway. There is a cosmetic portrait you can earn. Whether that's enough incentive to get you to grind it out or not, It's up to you. Overall, I think it would benefit everyone a lot more if these events happened within the first month of the season's launch, before people were done with the season. I mean, you can classify events into two categories. One is the kind of event that's going to help you progress. And for those events that are going to help you progress, I think they should happen earlier in the season, versus a kind of event that is like a just for fun event, that it could still be rewarding, but that the main reason why someone would engage with it is for the fun of the activity itself. I don't know that we've had any such events in D4 yet. An example in D3 would be the Darkening of Tristram, right? You do that because it's a fun thing to do by itself. Sure, there's kind of rewards just because there's rewards for playing the game, but you're not going out of your way to do it for rewards. You're doing it because it's something new and different and fun. I think those kind of events are okay to do, you know, in the middle of the season, because that's something that might bring back players. But any kind of event that really is as a main thrust to help you progress, it's really just serving whoever is left. It's not going to bring people back. That said, this is March of the Goblins, as we said last week, and not February of the Goblins, so can't do much about that this time around. But I really look forward to encountering these new goblins at the start of next season. It's going to be really exciting to stumble upon a goblin that drops 60 million gold, or a goblin that drops 1,000 masterworking mats. Getting these early season, like, these are actually going to be exciting goblins to chase down. And the most exciting one remains Gelatinous Cyrus, who's basically a whole goblin pack in one goblin. You kill him, he splits into two smaller goblins, kill them, they each split into another two. Now, unfortunately, it seems the same bug as in D3 has been carried over into D4, that if you do too much damage to Cyrus too quickly, then you don't get the final split into 4 goblins. The 2 original splits just die and no loot drops. I've read a patch note that apparently this only happens if they are frozen before they die, and they've since fixed that. I haven't tested it for myself. I just found it truly funny that we are actually not just importing the content from D3, but the bugs as well. Still, though, the goblins are a great addition to the game. Now, if you want to farm up goblins for the reputation track, you're wondering where to find goblins, what's the best place to farm them, I've personally found that there are tons of them in southern Nahantu. I just did a circuit around the area a few times and would find a goblin about every minute or less. You can also just do this in Helltide or in Witchtide to combine it with another useful activity, as opposed to just explicitly going for goblins. If you find a greed shrine, definitely pop those and kill as many enemies as you can, because while you are under the effects of the greed shrine, while you kill enemies, you have a chance to spawn a goblin, or you're gonna spawn goblins, basically. Speaking of shrines, the patch that hit this week also buffed conduit shrines, and I am positively content to report that conduit shrines have been upgraded from the awful cursed shrine that you want to avoid at all costs to now being not terrible. They've still slowed down most builds from both a move speed and a kill speed perspective, but hey, at least they do kill stuff now. I'm only mildly inconvenienced when I pop a conduit as opposed to completely neutered. Now, real quick, we got this week the campfire chat for upcoming Season 8. This revealed the season theme. Season 8 is a significant rework and enhancement to the boss ladder. We're getting Belial from Diablo 3 as the new top pinnacle boss, along with 2 other new bosses. Massive quality of life going on in how we do boss rotations. It's not going to be the same anymore. It's going to be vastly improved. And the borrowed powers this season are boss powers. Like, when you evade, you can burrow underground like Duriel. That's so cool. Or you can use Wandering Depths Cold Beam. Check out my full video on the recap of Season 8's theme. Switching over to Path of Exile news, the Legacy of Frisia event has been extended officially to April 23rd, with official word from the devs that they are targeting June for the 3.26 expansion. Some players are suggesting to just let Frisia run until 3.26, but remember, GGG had said that there would be more coming after Frisia, so let's wait and see if they're cooking up something else. As for 3.26, June means that Settlers will officially be an 11-month lead. Honestly, it wouldn't surprise me if we get another small delay that makes it an even year. That said, pressure is on GGG to make 3.26 an absolute banger after all this wait. And if there's one team that can deliver, it's GGG. Now, I imagine many new PoE 2 players tried out PoE 1 for the first time during this Frisia event. PoE 2 brought in a whole lot of new players to Path of Exile, a lot of people that never really gave the game a try. Sound off in the comments if you're one of them. Anyway, if Frisia was your first real PoE experience, like maybe you tried PoE in the past, you open it, 5 minutes in, you see this passive skill tree and you quit, If this was like your first real PoE 1 experience, definitely come back for the next expansion, or even just try regular Settlers League right now, non-Frisia, because Frisia is aimed more at veterans. This is assuming you got, you know, to mid to late game. Frisia is aimed at veterans. They make core balance changes to the Ascendancy classes that, I mean, they're redoing them entirely, right? It shakes things up, mostly just for the sake of shaking things up. The core game experience is more and better balanced with better endgame customization. Then over in PoE 2 news, the devs are keeping major changes under wraps, but they did drop some teasers for content update 0.2.0. There seems to be a new Ascendancy focused on summoning mercenary-style minions. So imagine like a minion necro, but instead of reanimated corpses, you've got living warriors wielding crossbows and pikes and stuff. Basically a full-blown medieval command squad. Either that or it's just a one sidekick dude. It's hard to say. But we do see in one of the images, one of these minion dudes wielding a sword. We all know swords are eventually going to come to PoE 2. And that eventually may actually be patch 0.2.0 because GGG is big brain enough to do a teaser like this where they're pretending to tease one thing, but they're actually putting a sneak teaser of something else in there. Maybe I'm reading too much into the tea leaves here, but I don't know. Moving on to Last Epoch news, Season 2 is shaping up to be an absolute banger. And the hype is real. Content creator Ghazi got to beta test the season, and he has been raving about the new endgame, calling it insane, and saying it's going to be crazy. And if Ghazi is positive about Season 2, that means minion builds are probably going to be really good, because he's the minion master. It sounds like we're getting a new endgame system that lets us customize our endgame experience, according to Aaron Action RPG, who also beta tested. It's basically a better PoE 2 Atlas, is what he said. And the devs have even confirmed that there are still unannounced features coming in Season 2. Combine that with new bosses, unique items, even more crafting upgrades, and as long as the launch goes smooth without big server downtimes or exploits or bugs or anything like that, then Last Epoch may just be back on the map. Always hoping for the best for these guys. They have some of the most ingenious solutions to problems that arise in the genre. Are you folks looking forward to Last Epoch Season 2? Sound off in the comments. On to some Monster Hunter Wilds news. Capcom just shattered records with this one. In just 3 days, the game sold over 8 million copies, making it the fastest selling title in Capcom's history. That's more than Monster Hunter World sold in its first 2 months. Absolutely wild numbers. And despite some glaring issues, people are clearly eating this game up. But let's get on to those issues, because, oof. Now, first off, and it's kind of minor in the grand scheme of things, character cosmetic customization is locked behind microtransactions. Again, Capcom pulled this move with Monster Hunter World, so it's not exactly a surprise. We also saw it in the demo. It's still a pretty scummy practice, especially when you have a full-price game with an inevitable paid expansion coming later. It's one thing, you know, to lock some cosmetics behind microtransactions, but, like, you cannot customize your character at all, basically, without paying. That said, it's not so bad for PC players, because you can just mod the game to give yourself unlimited free character edits, so I guess I can't complain too much. They could have done something to stop that from working. But speaking of PC, oof, okay. The PC port of the game is not great. There's massive performance issues, frame dips, stuttering, bad textures, the whole package. Players with high-end rigs are struggling to hit stable frame rates, all while the game doesn't exactly look like it's pushing any kind of graphical boundaries. Both Eurogamer and Digital Foundry straight up don't recommend the game on PC. But even console players apparently aren't off the hook, with performance mode dropping well below 1080p resolution and still failing to maintain stable frame rates. It's like Capcom just didn't have time to optimize. This is likely the worst Monster Hunter game with regards to optimization, and yet it's still selling like crazy. So that's a testament to how fun the game is outside of those issues, with many players saying this is the best Monster Hunter game from a gameplay standpoint. And we saw that with Monster Hunter World. The devs did work hard to resolve issues pretty quickly after the game released, so I'm hopeful that we won't have to wait too long for things to get under control here. Still, I don't love that a game so terribly unoptimized is doing so incredibly.
FTL jump successful. Mission coordinates locked. Hellpods primed.
the galaxy looks to you for salvation. Let nothing stand in the way of liberty.
Calling down fortifications. I got the terminal. Hellbomb armed. Clear the area. Tactical. Requesting air support.
Matthew.
Roger.
Hellbomb armed. Clear the area. I'll take it.
Hey, fucking Sauron. North.
Objective located. North. Dropships. One step closer to mission completion. New mag. Requesting fortifications. Calling in orbital strike. Dropships. North. Calling down fortifications! Dropping a pin. North. 200 meters. Bots. North. Bots. North. Bots. North. Dropping a pin. Northeast. 100 meters. Dropships! Got it there! Sending in an eagle! Requesting orbital strike! Requesting fortification!
Should we call him?
Reinforcing! Requesting air support! Objective located.
Hey, I use the cheat code.
Automaton facility destroyed. Out of ammo!
Dobar dan. Zdravo, kako ste? Otvorite vrata napolje toplu, ali probajte da unesete 1 kilo toplote unutra. Čuo sam da umireš, kako su mi rekli.
Lažu, to mi je dušmani.
Ne znam ko laže, tako sam čuo. Ne znam da li istina.
Ne, a kako to ću odlučiti?
Ne znam da li istina.
Procijeni.
Dakle su bolestan, si bio si kod doktora, nije ti dobro, ti znaš bolje od doktora, tako ti...
Dobro, ja znam bolje od doktora, to je tačno.
Pa dobro, ali zašto ne idemo kod tebe po medicinu, što idemo kod doktora?
Ne znam.
Ja stvarno ne znam, zvunim se.
Da mene pitaš, ja ti rekao. Dobro, ja ti ne mogu dati opravdanje, ne opravdanje, ne mogu dati govor.
No, potrebe, sve u redu.
Ja ti mogu ovako, mogu ti novu kupim kapa, mogu ti govor, ne mogu stvari.
Last reload! Requesting air support! Automaton facility destroyed.
Bastion. Welcome to my channel.
Osam sati za 5 nedelja nisam na kompjuteru.
Ne znam, druže, ja imam posao, imam sestru, imam...
Ja sam danas godišnjicu otcu završio, došao.
To nije moj problem, ja ga nisam ubio, da oprostiš. Ja nisam nikome oca ubio, ni majka.
Imamo mi obaveza.
A dobro, tvoja obaveza je da prodaješ nekretnine. To je tvoja obaveza. To je tvoja obaveza. Neće se svađati, to je tvoja obaveza. Tvoja obaveza je da vrtiš kroz novine i da mi kažeš da su te komponente nejeftine. Onda mi kažeš, ja sam ti to završio. Nemo molim, to je tvoja, to nije obaveza, to grobar radi. Zato plaćamo grobara, svi. To nije tvoja obaveza. To ti ne radiš. Kad budeš isklesao ploču i sahranio čovjeka u zemlju, onda je tvoja obaveza. Je, agent za nekretninu. Oprosti, molim te. Nemoj se žališ da nemaš posla, a ovo neću da radim, ono neću da radim, ovo neću da radim, ono neću da radim. Imaš odličan posao. Tvoj posao odličan. Toliko si zauzet da nemaš vremena. I ja se izvinjam.
Zato sam zadnji kraj 4-5 nedelja, ja sam spremeni. I to više nešto da gleda, nego da igra. Ne da gleda, nego da gleda.
Gdje? Tvoje obaveze su izuzetne. Kako kažeš, ti nemaš luft. To najjača stvar koju sam čuo od tebe, ja nemam luft. I nikad nemaš luft ni za što. Kum me zvao da idemo neđe. Ja sam rekao, kume, oprosti, ja nemam luksus kao ti. Njegova izjava je bila, možete li, sad slušaj me samo, vrlo je poučno. Možete li da se izborite da ne radite nedeljom? To ne viče niko, to vika, družiš se s Nenadom. To je izjava moga kuma. Možete li da se izborite da ne radite nedeljom? Ostao sam bez komentara. Ne možeš ti da se izboriš, možeš da odeš kod vlasnika sredstava za rad i da mu kažeš ne pričam tebi, ne obraćam se tebi. Ti mi nisi postavio to pitanje, si mi ti postavio to pitanje, dobio bi drugačiji odgovor. Odgovor bi bio šta te boli kurac, nađi sve posao. A pošto je to reka kum koji radi 6 dana od 7, i on i dalje radi 6 dana, on je radi u subotu. Ja da radim 6 dana, ali mi je drugačiji raspored nego njemu. What up?
I've got you. Going in orbital strike.
Slušaj, jesi ti došao da mi soliš pamet, ako došao mi soliš pamet, možeš slobodno da kreneš okolo si došao. Možemo da pričam o normalnim stvarima. Ne pričam, ja kum moj priča, to me ne interesuje.
Pa, prepričao sam ti zašto sam ga time-outao, nisam ga banao, time-outao sam ga 10 minuta, nisam mogao da ga slušam. Kako si našao, mislim također u čemu je razlika između toga što si sad obukao i što inače oblačiš, objasni mi da ti objasnim. Tebe pitam. Pa, obukao si kao crnu odeću da simbolišeš to što razumijem, 40-nica i šta god. Ti inače nosiš crno mimo svega. E, o tome se radi. Znači, nema razlike, o tome se radi. Tako da ja nikad ni ne vidim kad ti nešto radiš, zato što ti generalno nikad ništa ne radiš i kad ti stvarno se nečim baviš, nema razlike. O tome se radi. Meni nema. Nema. Da, jer se ne tiče nikog. Tako je.
To neka radi svako što misli da treba. I kako misli da treba. A vrijeme će pokazati.
Odlično.
Kome će otići živci, kome će otići zdravlje, kome će kultura.
Jesi li došao da mi soliš pamet? Samo te to pitam. Ako si došao da soliš pamet...
To što ti kum pričate to...
Ma nije to ni bio razgovor.
Bio ti priča.
To je moj kum pametni smislio.
Marking location, southwest. Danger, southwest. Calling down fortifications!
I go to the base, right? Yeah. Oh my god, that's a fucking mine.
New mag! Throwing supply beacon! Heavy, southwest, 50 meters.
Done.
Here! New mag! Supplies. Lock fabricator, southwest, 50 meters.
Neko mi reče u preduzeće kao, pa dobro ti je kao našao si, dobio si ugovor na određeno, rekao što mi je to dobro. Pa možda uzmeš kredit, rekao ja mogu kreditno da mogu s kreditno s poslom već zadnjih 15 godina. Ako ništa mi to ne znači. Ne koristim to, ne treba mi i tako. I kad mi nije falio keš. Pa okej, dobro, rekao šta je dalje benefit? Pa kao sigurnije ti je posao, rekao nije. Ako se ne sviđa šefu kako radiš, ako se meni ne sviđa kako radim, prije nego što se moj šefu sviđa, ja mogu dati otkaz. Ali otkazni rok, ne interesuje otkazni rok. Treća stavka, ako kao prestaneš da radiš kod poslodavca, a imaš ugovor na neodređeno, slušaj me, imaš pravo, slušaj me. Slušaj, ma nisam, istini je kurac, zato nisam teo da častim, da slavim, da ono, znaš, bakanalije, klasične srpske, to nisam htio da radim. To nisam htio da pravim. Okej. A to mene ne interesuje, ne interesuje me. Ne interesuje me. Posao se otvara, posao se zatvara. Ljudi nađu posao na drugom mjestu, život ide dalje. Pa to je to. Pa šta ćeš ti sad? Ćeš ti da radiš revoluciju neku? Ja ne kontam, oni su njemu nudili varijantu da... Oni su njegove stvar, da. Nudili su mu varijantu da ostane u toj firmi, znaš? Ma ga reće, u toj firmi... Da, toj građanskoj firmi koja se bavi tim, razumiješ što se. Međutim, jeben ga, njemu to ne odgovara, neće da se obaveže, još uvijek je nešto kao mentalno, ne može da se obleti od države Srbije, mislim... Ne znam ja, ta djevojka, ili fiktivna osoba s kojom je on možda u vezi šta znam. Mislim da bi ona više cenila da on zarađuje. Ja, ne možemo živjeti u šumu da cijepamo drva i da iskopavamo gliste. Je, ali koliko ljudi pristaje na to? Poznaješ nekog samotnjaka tako? Boki živi u šumi i jede pečati, šta?
Dropships, southeast. Calling in orbital strike. Heavy.
And that's a
Close.
thing.
Requesting vehicle.
That was a thing.
Woo! Thank you.
Massacre.
New man. Calling down fortification.
Radimo ispravno preduzeće.
Last reload.
Ma, ja sam tvrdo bio, ne znam, 3-4 puta taj, da kažem. Ti tražiš uslove, znaš. Šta neš da radiš? Neš da radiš noću.
Box fabricator, on my position.
Jordan. Nijedan.
Dropping a pin.
A,
Southeast.
ti nisi
100
viškarista,
meters.
to radno mjesto ne postoji. Ja objasnim. Ne, sad ću ti objasniti. Ne, slušaj me. Ne slušaš, mogu li da kažem, znači bez da prekidaš. Radno mjesto za viškaristu ne postoji. Ti si magacioner. Ne, viškar ti je bonus. Ti si magacioner, da sad kapiraš. A onda, mislim, ne traže čovjeka da će da ubači ključ u dugme i da leži. Jest, da radi papire, da...
Tagging map, northeast, 100 meters.
Moja politika je da ne radim sve.
Rear ship acquired. Heavy, northeast, close.
Democracy has been well delivered. May your extraction be swift.
Solid.
I've got you.
Extraction is available.
Requesting air support. Calling down fortification.
If you really want to shoot them.
Tagging location. How'd you like the taste of freedom?
Extraction shuttle inbound.
Taj kokusi pas.
Deploying minefield. Stand clear.
Naravno da ne možeš promijeniti sistem.
Merteles.
Poljubio
Welcome
stavim.
to my channel.
A nismo došli da diskutujemo o tome, nego recimo ženim se, idem na more, a sestra mi se udala, sestrične upisala faks, a Kele je, ne znam, nabavio novi auto, tako normalne stvari. Tako, došli smo da pričamo o tome. A to mi je drago.
Kaže, svaki ko nema poslije toga ima vremena. Nema para, ali ima vremena.
Aha. A, da, nije to ni važno. Važno je da smo mi svi živi i zdravi, ostalo.
Važno je da li je čovjek srećan, da li je zadovoljan.
Jest, to što radi da ga ne bedači.
Drop tips, southeast. Sending in an eagle.
Buš!
Drop tips, southeast. Here.
Pa ne znam da ćeš baš naći takvo...
Calling in orbital strike.
I'm guessing that... Correct. Teško da će ti neko da mu budeš upravitelj u firmi. Morao bi, nije u pitanju rada, nego upravitelj, ti tražiš upravitelj policije. Opet smo došli na to, šta se radi, šta se ne radi. S tobom i kumom su neke depresivne teme, to mene ne interesuje, druže. Depresivne, znaš da uopšte u firmi, kad sam na pauzi, ne odem u kantinu da s kolegama kao ono, znaš, posjedim, popričam, to mene ne interesuje, došao sam da radim. A privatno o čemu ja pričam, šta su moje neka mišljenja i shvatanje, to mene, nemamo, ne da nam dobili tačaka, nego... Nemamo...
Pelican 1 preparing to depart. Shuttle launch in 20 seconds. Extraction complete. Pelican 1 beginning ascent.
Another victory for the right side of history.
Mogu te ponuditi kafu, šta? Glavac me boli, pa mu ponuditi vina te glava boli. Tabletama te nisu. Trudi se ja tabletama. Pa ne znam što ti spati, neće, ali ako svaki put kad te zaboli glavu uzmeš tabletu, to... Ja se trudim da popijem vino nekad, znači da uzmeš tabletu. Više mi ne...
Volim uvijek neću čisto vrlo. Baš mi vidi.
Ta vrsta defetizma ne radi. Ako ti je do
toga... A nema to da se muči ovoliko još do 40 godina.
Ako ti je do toga, ti sjedi u auto, nabaviš plastični onaj pištolj.
Što bi neka boki zavari sušlaka.
Što može jedan metak da ispali i privuci se kroz metal detektor, ne znam, u skupštinu i smekni nekoga bitnijeg lika. Ispunio si misiju. Onda ga bači na podilez i zna se te neće milici ubiti.
A ne treba ovoliko, ne ovoliko, nego grđi od ovoga se muči do 40 godina.
Liberty is victorious once more.
No svakako drugi, ja brate ne mogu sebe da kažem da
Another step closer to a successful
ja sebe ne mogu da
operation.
vidim da radim.
Mission coordinates locked. Hellpods prime. Engaging orbital thrusters.
Ti si to skapirao pred 10 godina.
Allied destroyer has left.
Ti bi da radiš jednu stvar jedinu. Jednu. Kad ti piše na papiru Milan Belada pravi kutije 8 sati. Milan Belada, znači pravi kutije, ako nema da se prave kutije, on kaže ok, ja sad ćedim, ne, plaćam sam meni na rasporedu za nedelju piše radim na razmeravanju začina. To ti je lagan posao, to sam radio skoro 2 godine tamo. Međutim, nema potrebe trenutno da ja to radim, obučavaju novog radnika tome poslu. Treba je čovjek koji zna da recimo slaže na palete, da dovlači, da mota. Ja sve to znam, to radi 10 godina. Ja to radi 10 godina, ali to meni nisu dali da radim, kažem ti prve 2 godine tamo uopšte. I sad odjednom jebi ga, nemaju ljudi, ovaj je najnagodišen, kao ajde ko će, kao aj ti. To možda ko nije plan. Dobro se to osmislio.
Kao uvođu. Je da neću, ne znam. Zaboravio sam. Pa šta? Znaš kako je meni, a tu sad doktor. Kad je meni Aleksandar Savić rekao da uzmem njegov auto, pratiš me sad. I da idem da ovo, jer to sam malo učio tebe školu. Moram priznati. Da uzmem njegov auto i da kao odem u kao tu kulinaru i da ga natovarim kao nekim pljeskavicama i da vozi za Mačko polje. A šta sam rekao? Ja ne vozim tuđi auto. On kao, pa kako to? On ne vozi. Mogu da vozim mojim autom.
A kada ti je to rekao, oprosti?
Pa kad sam radio.
Prije ili posle onomat kad ti je rekao da ti napišu kaznu na tvoje ime, umjesto na njegovo.
Pa tad smo završili da radim.
A tad si završio saradnju?
Da, a prije toga, to se dešava prije.
Kad si primio krivičnu, pa to nije ništa drugačije od onoga što čuješ da tamo u Koreji i tim azijskim državama, ako sam ja bogat, a ti se na socijali, ti za mene voziš auto ili si baštovan za mene. I ja kažem, ne znamo, zbog financijske prevare hoće da me stavi u zatvor. Evo ti Milane, $5.000, idi u zatvor 2 godine, 3. Ja ću zaraditi za te 2-3 godine, ne znam, $100.000 na slobodi. Evo ti idi, lezi u zatvor 2 godine, 3. Za mene. Daću tvojoj familiji par i ti kažeš dobro oći. Kako je to mentalno stanje uma, da ti robijaš za neko. A da neko... Znači, pretvorimo sve u noć. Da, ali sama konstitucija države gubi pojam. Ako ti kao milijarder možeš da okupiš svoje grehe i samo odeš i kažeš šta ću ja da fino ono...
Ja, to može on.
Pa to ti je radio. Gledao sam skoro bio, ne Al Capone, gledao sam skoro bio onome nesretno na...
Da se mi vratimo na digresiju. Ja rekao, ne vozim tuđi auto.
Ja.
Calling down fortification.
Requesting sentry. Što mogu mojim autom da plačujem?
Calling down supplies.
Ja rekao da vozim tuđi auto, da sam da ga urebujem, da mi udari, da piše policija, kažem što sam brzo vozio. Ko što zove? Pa gleda mi vjerujem. I ne može ništa. Sam rekao da neću na mogu. Tako? Sam rekao neću. Ja sam rekao da ne vozim tuđi auto. Nije, mogu da kažem.
Da li je ne tačka vozim ili ne vozim?
Da, ne vozim.
A, dobro.
Ne vozim tuđi auto.
Ne vozim.
Da, znači to što si ti smislio da ja...
Ne tačka, vozim tuđi auto.
Da ja uzmem tvoj kedi gdje mogu da stavim 600 kila mesa i da vozim u Bačko polje, nije problem. Ali ja ne vozim, da je moj auto ja bih uradio, pošto je tvoj, ja ne volim da vozim tuđi auto.
3 put si rekao ja.
Ne vozim tuđi auto.
Nisam vozač tuđeg automobila, pretpostavlja se da si ti u pitanju, nije Pero, Miko i ovo.
On gleda i viče ti mene zajebavaš.
Što bi te zajebavao?
Dobro je kao neko ko se zajebava.
Okej.
Ja pitam ovako, još nešto, neki drugi posao imaš li?
Imaš još nešto za mene?
Ovako će biti, kao ona svašeca, ovako. Pa sve ću ti to tako kući, da, ja ne gledam ovo. Kao sad ti si tu, ono je to. Ja kući te radim, dobro znaš.
Affirmative.
Mene države poslodavac i loši ljudi me čeraju da ja budem bezobrazan. Tako? Kada primjer ti?
Requesting orbital strike.
Gas strike incoming.
Requesting fortification.
Deploying minefield.
Ja.
Calling down a support weapon.
Dropships south. Dropships southeast.
Sorry for the door.
Calling down a sentry. Calling down fortification. Heavy, southeast, 50 meters. Throwing supply beacon. Heavy, south, 100 meters.
Requesting sentry.
Requesting air support.
Ali ti, po svemu što si opisao, najbolje bi ti bilo da se baviš kriminalom. A o tome je pričao ja moj kolega, to nije nova priča, to je glupost. To je pričao o tome, onaj iz Miću, ne, pa vi ste vi pobožni, sam rekao da niko tu nije pobožan. Vi ste vi pobožni, ali niko još nije otišao u monake od tih što su rekli da ja mogu da dajem u monak. Pa ne znam, ja ne verujem. Previše si... Vidim ja sebe u bilo čemu. O tome što si ti rekao, da li ti sebe vidiš u industriji mesa bačka po pola, ne vidim sebe vezanog za bilo šta. Trenutno mi to donosi način da platim račune. Bez da kradem. Ne mogu da kradem. Loš sam, lopov, loše, lažem. Ja kažem, nije govor bio o tebi, to je bio o meni. A nije ti trebalo praćenje kad si dolazio? Nisam znao da ćeš doći. Sorry guys, you have to do AFK.
Requesting advanced weaponry.
Deploying weapon emplacement.
Requesting fortification. Calling down supply.
Okay, so shit. This is awkward.
Requesting sentry.
Anyone have any visuals? Desi kad smo šta ima.
Marking to cancel that.
Requesting
strike.
Bombs. Dropships south. Dropships southwest.
Actually shot him.
Marking location. Dropships southwest. Support weapons. Never mind. Cancel that.
Calling down a support weapon.
Marking location. Southwest. Supplies. I'll take it.
What am I shooting? Oh, they entered. They entered inside.
Calling in orbital strike. Down a sentry. Dropships south. Dropships southeast.
Sentry. Sending in an eagle.
Bots south. Bots southeast.
Requesting
Calling down fortifications.
Requesting advanced weaponry. Dropships.
Requesting fortifications.
Sending in an eagle. Heavy. Southeast. Close.
Reinforcing. Calling down a sentry. Throwing supply beacon. Requesting sentry. Dropships south. Dropships southwest. Dropships southwest.
Calling down a support
Dropships
weapon.
south. New man! Calling down fortifications! Dropships south. Dropships south. Dropships southwest. Dropships southwest.
Nice.
Affirmative. Requesting orbital strike!
Gas strike incoming.
Requesting fortification!
Requesting advanced weaponry.
Requesting sentry!
Mission at 10 minutes remaining.
Dropships
Calling
south.
in orbital strike.
Dropships south. Bots south. Dropships south. Dropships southeast.
Requesting air support.
Requesting fortifications. Dropships, south. Bots, south. Dropships, southwest. Calling down. Requesting sentry. Calling down supplies.
Requesting air support.
Dropships, south. Marking location, southeast. Dropships, south. Dropships, southwest. Tagging location, south. Marking location, southwest.
Requesting sentry.
Dropships, southwest. Bots. Calling in orbital strike.
Requesting advanced weaponry.
Almost done.
Marking location. Heavy, southwest, close.
He's in the rubble.
Dropships, south. Dropships, southwest. Dropships, south. Dropships, south.
Merciless. Welcome to my channel.
Requesting orbital strike. Calling down fortifications.
Deploying minefield. Stand clear.
Calling down a sentry.
Liberty emerges victorious yet again. Extract when ready.
Calling down fortifications.
Pelican 1 approaching pickup. Shuttle inbound. Pelican 1 landing in progress.
Sorry for the impede.
Requesting orbital strike.
Firing gas strike.
Affirmative.
Sending in an eagle.
Calling down a sentry. Requesting sentry.
Countdown initiated. Stand by for takeoff. Extraction complete. Pelican 1 beginning ascent.
Is it busy?
Today you've carved another
Yes,
footstep
yes.
in a long climb to liberty.
Ćemo li da probamo da nađemo? Ono ti se inače zove machine event. Ono da praviš overclockove za oružje. Na prazne cartridge. Machine event. Probao sam da googlam o čemu se radi i fazan je kao trebalo da radiš duže misije, ono kao maksimalno dužine. Onda imaš veće šanse da nađeš. Nije garantovano, ali imaš veće šanse da nađeš. Može se ponovo i na manjim misijama, ali... Ili da radiš misije tipa ono point extraction gdje kopaš onaj plavi kamen. Kad iskopaš plavi kamen, kao kraj misije. Te misije su obično sve unutar jedne velike pećine. Kao savjeti kao, evo radiš to. Ako hoćeš da probamo jedno sat, jedno 2 sata hoćeš. 2 sata. Lagano.
There's nothing sweeter than victory in the name of freedom.
Outstanding.
Welcome aboard, Helldiver. small. Hellpods prime.
Mene komentira.
Engaging orbital
Vidimo
thrusters.
koliko je zapravo mene zapakao. Ovo je samo test.
Orbit
Pretpostavka da nije.
synchronized.
Ovo desi, bori se noći sjom. Jebi ga, ne čujem.
Dobro, eto ništa, evo pije se kafa i voda.
Da nećeš deep rock?
Hellpod launch suspended.
Može.
Ja sam malo da im pomognem da nakupimo bar broj ovih kilova ovih robota. Svi su na bubama, niko ne ubija robot. Zato sam bio ušao u Helldivere da probam da ubijem malo robota. DRG. Bije Milan kod mene i drže deskecman i ti si zakinut za zvuk. Bije Milan kod mene držao govor, ja ga slušao malo i nisam ga slušao i rekao sam da pričam o normalnim stvarima, ne interesuje me stvari o poslu i o zaposlenju, o zaradi i o novcu, to me ne interesuje.
Dobio posao?
Ma nije, ne, on kaže da ima posao. Sad će mi posao, ja imam posao, on kaže ja imam posao. Dobro, ne diskutujem s čovjekom o tome. Doći to.
I'm not really feeling too well today.
I znam da je konkurisor bio da radi ovoj firmi da ja radim tortilja, pip deo Novi Sad.
Aha.
Ja sam mu rekao, ako bi radio kao biljuškarista, jeli, da vozi mašinu, oni ti ne mogu dati takvo radno mjesto, to ne postoji. Ono što postoji je magacioner, a magacioner kao bonus, pošto se brineš o magacinu i robi, jel da? Posao ti je da natovariš kamion kad ti dođe otpravnica. Razumeš? Oni rade gomilu papirologije, preslažu inventar stalno i kad dođe kamion, tovari kamion. Znači, rekao, nije tebi posao da ti sediš i vozikaš se viškarom i kao kad nema se vozi, legneš. I čekaš. Rekao, to ti neće niko dat plate za to. Si ne branim ja vlasnika firme, razumeš, nego jednostavno tamo si 8 sati, nisi plaćen da 8 sati piješ kafu. Neće niko dat pare za to. Ne znam da li, pa i rekao samo da više ne pričamo o poslu tome.
Zamolim sam ga lepše za više ne pričamo.
Pa mislim, znaš, da mi, pošto ima on isto i sestre tamo u Crnoj Gori i pitao sam ga kako, ne znam, familija koja je, znaš, još uvijek ima kontakta s njim. Možemo o tome da pričamo, a o poslu i tim stvarima to me ne interesuje. To sam rekao i... šta si dao? Slayer?
Slayer,
Može. Imaš ti neki zadatak da ti radimo ili?
Pa imamo ovu, samo da vidim.
Samo ti to, ako treba se završi, samo nastavit ćemo to.
Imam ove kao 3 misije, weekly core unit.
Može, to. Dobiš overclock. Daj to.
Pa to je aktivirano.
Ja i Catman su radili toga sve. Znači više nema šta da se radi, razumeš? Evo ga i Catman. Gde si scout? Samo fora je sad, nikad ne sipa 4 krigle, znaš, moja pretpostavka da ne bi neko popio 2. Sad ako hoćeš da častiš te, moraš da platiš opet novu turu za sve.
Ne treba, idemo, ajde igramo.
Vidiš, hoće da igra, kako izgore. Jutro sam odigrao za sat vremena 2-3 meča, znaš. I to brzinski, nisam tako brzo da igram, ali... Najduža je bila jedna pećina, to je bilo 25 minuta, smo se vozali po nekim hodnicima kao slepci. A prve 2 sam odigrao za 20 minuta zajedno. I onda ja rekao, hoću da igram i 4., 5. mapu, a rekao, aj neću dok neko od vas ne dođe. Računao sam Kecmanu, nisam računao da je Boris ovako rano bude.
Nije da sam malo lepšo spao, ovo što sam izgledao na aktiviteti. Evo te ne znam što bi bilo juče, bi nekaj juče da se oko 7 ustaju.
Ujutro. Pa... Nije plan da se ustaneš u 7, plan je da odeš u krevet u...
Kako dole platforma. Ajo.
Vele, jedva sam živ.
It died the way it lived, spewing disgusting mush all over the place. See here. Stay strong, brother.
Znači, ovo je jedna od onih misija.
I got the Praetorian. Watch the gas. Flares ain't ready.
Ali što otvorio?
Pop the loot bomb. Let's get nitro for ammo.
Što sam ga vidio.
Znaš šta sam skonto? Da se Stalker ubija na mene. Kad me udari dobije 25 ton damage-a. Dobro.
Platforma. Do skauta. Da uzmi onaj...
Da, evo ti gore nitro.
Da.
Kad bi samo imali scout. Kad bi bar imali scout.
Kad bi samo scout imao sam ja da čekam na vas da mi nešto kažete da bismo mogli...
Gde je taj? Stani, gde je taj?
Evo ga ovdje.
Pobješ.
Pobjegu. Prolazi i on ulazi u zidove jedno.
Da. Ili ćemo ga naći još jednom jer je pobjegao full. Ne tada da ga gađemo dok ne dođe baš u domet, znaš. Ovo je predaleko bilo. Pobjegao je instant.
Where's the mule?
Alright.
Alright. We didn't bring it with us this time.
Čekaj. Koju cev da uzem? Uzet ću ovu najdelju.
Just watch me. Took out a loot bomb. What's this?
Daj bossa. Mislim da si ti uzeo Slayer Stout i to već da se reloaduje brže. Samo ga navuci na ono. Može da... Na ovo bo. Da ti da ga spojiš. A moraš jednu između da staviš. I sad samo unutra. Čekaj se. Navezao? Nije.
Skini ako ne može.
Čekaj. Treba da je zarotiran. Evo sad dobro.
Nešto gađa od gore.
Zelena bitka, ne znam da li vidite.
Eno je tamo. Samo na svog sam će ispucao njega, ono ništa.
Ali moraš da mu ove nodove razbiješ, znaš. To znaš ne tako.
Onda sad sam vidio, mislim.
Još uvijek ne može da gubiš, znaš.
Da, nisam razbio sve.
First pump jack connected to refinery and ready to extract.
Molly! Oh, right. We didn't bring her for this one. Go Crusher!
Ovdje što je ruda, imamo i...
Vidim, ali moramo da ubijemo tu zelenu bitku što nas puca iz visine, vidiš?
Ulasao sam u...
Nod.
Ne.
Nego? Machine event. Jel to?
Ne, kofi.
To znam. Čuo sam.
Ajde, bit. Mislio sam u 2 noda, ali brate...
Treći je okolo negdje.
Da. Nego ono, dobio sam talos pa ne mogu zašto. Odakle me to govno gađa?
Popona, iza glave ti je. Ali ne možeš ga ubiti. Moraš da mu uništiš ono zeleno. Ne, nemoj trošiti municiju, ne vrediti.
Znam gledam, Gdje je ovdje?
Evo ga dole. Sad može. Udarite ga. Ne udaram da si pucu njega da gubiš. Ne makic mi ti, ja sam.
Ja nisam pucao.
Rekao si gdje.
Pošto sam par puta vidio da se ništa ne dešava i prestao.
Pa što je uklopljen.
I onda počeo da ubijamo one zelene.
Imamo ovdje ovaj jadi.
Ispod nas je Jadis.
Neko uzgrofi.
Ja sam. Pricneš CTRL i piše ti anniversary.
Dobro znam, ali ono... Mogu da radim ovo što radim, da ne prekidam akciju i da pitam. Znam je lakše to.
Pa ali rekao je bio taj iz mission controla, slobodno. Kaže, another year, another trophy, I will kill those guys in a control flight. Nešto u tom pozonu kaže, zbori se.
Nitra! You've gotta wait for the recharge.
Ili, I swear they do this every year. Nešto u tom ritu. Što nemamo sad drda da bi izbuši direktno u rupu.
Never felt better.
Kad sam čuo, onaj lik je, znači, poginuo radi 600 ovoga perla što mu treba. Ja sam... Kaže da mu promocija, on je level bio, mislim 600 napisali, 450, 450 je tako nešto. I mi ga pitamo...
Promocija 600, prošlo da mu je 600 koštalo.
Da, 600 perli mu je koštalo. Znači, ludilo. Nije skupo u startu, nije ni meni skupo još uvijek, znaš.
Da.
Pa nisam toliko puno igrao, znaš. Igrao sam, ali nisam toliko puno igrao, da bi došao do...
I hate showers! This never gets old!
The swarm is upon you.
Whoosh!
Evo ga stalker. I pobježao. Kad sam ga klepio sa raketom, pobježao. Stalker. Čuo sam ga se okolo smuca.
To, kad reloadem i nestane, udarim i nestane.
Pa znaš da ti se talas redovno spone, na primjer, mali talas, ono. Ovo kad god... Kad god si na low KP-a, kad si na ono 15-20% KP-a i samo što ne pandrkneš. Uvijek te pojure neke bube, znaš, to si primetio. Tako kao namjesni spon. Jedan lik je napisao dobar vodič, kaže kako da nađeš machine event, onaj za cartridge, gdje koristiš. Kaže, potroši sve ove cartridge i kaže, počne da igraš kao meč, kaže, naćeš odmah event.
Tako je, da.
Bilo je 10 mečeva, jedan za drugim radim one eventove i ono kao dobijem one kao konzolu da ubacim nešto, tada ubacim u konzolu. Ja sad imam 4 cartridge-a, nemam da ih iskoristim već 20 mečeva, znači... Klizačni sevi, ja?
Isto, ja sam to viđao non stop i sad kad imam cartridge-e...
Sad nema...
Ne, ali ozbiljno kažem, ja sam bio uviđeno sa obolelom uvrkom, a brate, to ima stalno, razumiješ, eto, i to je neka redkost. I sad našao to je možda sljedeća situacija drugačija.
Ne. To je to?
Another pipeline established. You just need to set up one more, and then we can start the extraction sequence.
What I found!
Bacimo neku penu gore, Markić će probati.
Nek samo da izbaci.
Ujebote, šta je ovo ovdje?
Što?
Zipline done!
Čini mi se kao da dolazi... Kakav je to zvuk?
Ne znam, ali nije prijatno da...
Kao da dolazi ona buba eksplozivna. Znaš?
Daj Bože.
Dobro, ovaj glif... jeste, dolazi upravo ono. Evo je...
A nemoj da padneš.
Joj! Za mnom, Makić. Vidiš šicu gore. Čuvaj.
Bum.
Bum, bum.
Kako nije zlatni jebo.
A onda bi to da ga navučemo u malu pećinu da nam napravi onako kao...
Da.
To sam gledao sa drillerom da ljudi rade. Driller ga navuče u rupu i onda ga vi ostavi...
Uski prolaz, da.
I napravi ogromnu pećinu zlata. Ovako rupetinu. Dobro. Evo ti za pivo. Treba nam... ovo. Nemaš da baciš onaj turet.
Imam. Ovdje ima i zlata, evo. Da ne zaboravim na uzemlje. Stavljam turet ovdje, evo.
Request accepted. Stand clear. Pump jack inbound.
Try again. Getting more ammo. One sentry gun ready to be built. Feel much better now.
Dobro.
Roll! Let's get the pump jack connected and pumping. Loot bug eliminated! Pow!
Skoči na sajlo, Makić, ako nećeš da te one bube izlupaju.
Gdje ti sajla, evo?
Iznad glave. Sad je da se vratiš nazad.
Da, vozam se.
Vidi ga na plafonu.
Kako mi se dok blizu?
Erkoc. Hop, hop. Pa jeste onako glupa taktika, ali radi.
Nije glupa radi,
sada gubimo bez veze Kelga na svoje magarci lupe.
I'm taking some of the ammo.
Sending in a retrieval pod for the core stone. Highest priority minus.
Yeah, reload
The core stone seems dormant now. Sending in the retrieval pod.
Kdo? Nisam se ni nadao ovome.
Uzima neka nova pećina, šta je ovo?
Ne znam, nije, ne se da pogledam.
O, nije, vratili smo se. Evo imamo ovo.
Da. Da li ima još nešto? Ima nitra. Zlato.
Ima zlata, da.
Ne znam kakva ti konverzija zlata za kredite, ali znam da kredite dobiješ.
Nitro full. Moramo otići da ispravim.
Dobro.
Moramo...
Ovo ćeš sokak ovdje.
Ajde da prokopamo ovu, da možemo li prokopiti?
Možemo. Samo da vidim pravac. Da, to je put.
Ovo je tvrdo, brate, ne može.
1, 2, 3, 3 udarca. Nema daleko da skopala, da je tvrdo jest.
I ovo sad, ovo nam nije trebalo. Malo levo. Jo.
Što ovako.
Swarm! Repeat, swarm!
Shields placed!
Evo nas, izašli smo. Nažalost, Bube znaju da smo izašli.
Ovo je bilo iz prednje strane, a?
Aha, naravno.
Vidite negdje onog dlakavog ili... Da uzmem.
S belom kosom.
Opet ono govno što gađa, jo? A nije.
Opet. Evo ti ga.
Eto ga bijeli, ostavi ga.
Pre nego što pogibe.
Ne sam ja uzmem, šta je ovo?
Jeste Boris bio.
Ovo ga još jedan.
Moglo da bude. Gdje je posljednja, kako se zove...
Eno je tamo. Moramo... Tu gdje smo bušili, da. Morat ćemo samo proširiti, ne vjerujem da će tu moći da prođe cijelo.
Može da prođe, znaš kako?
No.
U kom pravcu u ovom, jel?
Da, evo tu gdje sam ja kopam, ovaj.
Dobro, gdje je na rupa koju smo izbušili?
Evo ovdje gdje sam ja, tačno ispred mene.
Dobro, ali pokušavam da vidim...
Čekaj, onda bi trebao isto nju u ovom pravcu da vodimo.
Preko ove, a?
Samo sekund. Da.
Preko ove.
Da.
Slušaj, ja sam slago 3 cevi jedna na drugu. Vero ti, meni ono.
Ajde, možeš tako. Gdje je rupa, kažeš sada?
Odluci ispod.
Neću ne vučem odmah, nego se čečem samo da vidim da rupa.
Evo ovdje sam ja, ono što smo bušili rupu.
Da, evo je to.
Aha.
Ne, nego mora da zna generalno pravo kuda da lomi cev.
Ček, pazi mi tu dosta unutra.
Čekaj, stani, Boris, stani. Ispali ovdje penu. U ovu visinu. Sad kecman je. Mogu ja. Evo odlično, to sam tako.
To.
Cez, Tuno se sam proširi, to znaš?
Vidi stvarno, evo, to nisam primijetio
dosta. To kad praviš, da, pa to uvijek. To je samo da baza cevi može da prođe. Ne, nije dobro. Hvala dobro.
Rock and roll and stone! Give me a rock and stone!
Another pipe segment ready! Let's work harder! Try to keep up. Pipe segment completed.
All lights read green. Pipelines and pump jacks are all in place.
Ok, da li ima neki deo pećine da nije istražen?
And start up the pump sequence.
Ima nešto gore desno, vidim neki rukav pećine, ne znam da li ga vidite. U tom pravcu. A možda je to anomalija neka, znaš, generisanje pećine. Dođe pogledam.
The liquid morkite is being extracted. Refinery and all pump jacks are working at full capacity. Be warned,
mislim da je to...
noise will draw in the locals, so stay on your toes and do what you can to protect and maintain the equipment. Bugs, get ready!
Da li mi se imaš?
Pump sequence at 25%.
Nešto ovoga što sam radio nije bilo ni bitno ni potrebno, ali mi je drago da sam to radio.
Za?
Makar sam ukranio da možemo da se vozimo na cevi.
Ali nije bilo nužno, šta?
Ono. Možemo da se vozimo, nećemo da zastanemo tamo.
Pipeline repaired, but other pipelines are still malfunctioning. Well done. All pipelines are fixed, and the refinery is purring like a kitten once more.
Neko bude trebalo.
Keep on fighting. More bugs coming your way.
Eno imamo pekar tamo neke, svi tu uzeli.
Jesmo.
No.
Vidim na mapi kad se drži, se vidi
To ti nije pekar, nešto drugo. Gdje je tačno? Ajde kad završimo ovo.
Tako tamo gdje je pumpa, prema pumpi.
Daj mu ovaj marker.
Ne, što?
Pa kroz zid je, tamo baš daleko je ovo.
To ovaj ovdje?
Da, je tu, gdje si baš tu. nemam municije više.
Go with the flow.
Pipeline functional again. However, we still have malfunctions in the system.
Preserve your bullets.
Extraction is back up and running. Let's hope it stays that way.
Ništa ovdje ne vidim. Možeš mi pokazati. Samo sedi na cevi vozi.
Zato je rekao, što isto nisam primetio nešto.
We got company. Incoming swarm approaching you.
Da.
Rock solid. Did anyone think to bring an umbrella?
To bi rekao, Radoslav, to se tebe učinjalo, nema ništa. Loš.
Mislim, gledao sam, ali... ne vižu. Slobodno startujte ekstrakciju.
Ne znaš pa? Ja to čim može odmah. I mene ovo zapnulo, na kraju.
To govno je.
Negdje iza glave.
Well done. Cargo rocket is returning to orbit. We're sending in the drop pod to get you out. Hang tight.
Goro sam.
A šta nudi, šta?
Mislim da sa ovom cevi broj 3 možda se ode tamo. Kad će trojka? Ne, nije trojka, već dvojka. Dvojka. Hop.
I just put up a sip. Sweet.
Imaš tu žicu, Makić. I kliznuo sam dole kao slepac.
Aha, evo je.
Tamo u kompu.
Watch me block.
To vise kockice s oružjem.
Da.
Tako mi izgledalo.
Kockice.
Jer je to neki glitch bio, kada mu one kocke, one fazi, kako mi to zove, fazi cubes, ili kako već, čupaju kocke. Ono što imaš u onim automobilima gangsterski. Znači sam da uzmem upgrade, imam 700 raketa ili 600, zaboravim se koliko. Ali da rade manju štetu i da nemaju taj lasersko navođenje. Nego ono, lete pravo jedan. Da je to dobro ideja.
Puta 2 bato.
Da.
Imam script.
Da ti nekad po 3, zavisi na kom si stadijumu.
Sad imamo...
A imaš i ovdje... Eto više, dobrodošao u klub Blank Matrix Score.
Šta sad ti mogu da radim?
Kad naiđemo na mašini vent, ubacimo ga i napraviš onda overclock za oružje. Ili kozmetiku, šta ti daje ih. Mislim, pitate, imaš 3 opcije, ne, 3 opcije imaš, 3 opcije imaš.
Dobro.
Jel' tako? Možda dobiš kozmetiku ili 2 weapon overclock. Tako ide. Da.
Ovaj beli ribarski šešir, majke ti.
Ribar.
Pensioners delight. Evo da verujem. Da, ja sam krenuo ovu, da. Ovamo dole. Dobro, da imamo šta ima u kafani. Reduce fall damage, momci, izvolite.
Hvala ti. To. I to.
Umjesto mene stavio molinu.
Može. Ti imaš još ovi zaratak, ali tako, Matić, imaš?
Daju 2.
Keep, glitch plaster. Šta je critical weakness?
Iđi uzmi pivo.
Šta?
Reduce fall damage.
Pa. Hoćete li random četvrtog? To je ovako ponuda, evo. Ko je juče igrao bio? Ja, ti Kecman i Dracula. Kada nam je ušao random onaj četvrti, kad je pucao po nama.
Ja sam igrao s vama kad je onaj zbog Perle poginuo.
Ne to. Ti si ušao kasnije.
Ovo je bilo zadnja partija, tu smo za...
Bio je jedan što je pucao po nama, razumiješ, bilo je teže 5 puta. Prvi čovjek koga sam kikao. Prvi čovjek. Bukvalno ga boli briga, razumiješ, za tebe, ono, samo šiba. To ne malo, skine ti pola healtha i viš. Ajde jednom, kak, svako.
Lighting up! This is just so lying down forever! Meet your maker, Frank!
Inače igram sa 200... Aha, evo je buba.
Pravimo ovo, šta?
Gamma resonance target moramo naći.
Ma to ti je onaj kamen što tražimo ga, znaš.
Evo ovdje imamo...
Aj sad. Šta je to gore? For managed democracy.
Hey, I think I've seen you before. Maybe the bar last night? Time to find Molly!
Bravo, najbolji smo ga uzeti.
I got the deposit. Platform up. Down it goes.
Go.
Hollow mines.
That's it. Back.
Možeš ga da iskasman, si blizu? Niko nije blizu.
No, vi ste kod mene.
Te je on?
Šta su ga nađeo?
Kad je pre poginuo, brat?
Ja ne znam kako je došao tabu uopšte.
Pao je. Wait. Wait up, hold on. Wait a minute. Baterije. Ima baterije ovdje.
Stop them dead! Cargo crate here! Let's open it! Rock and
kod njega, jel?
Da.
Imam polako u tom pravcu, ali znaš ono kao gledaj da što ima i to.
Incoming body snatcher!
Kako doći njega, ne znam.
Evo vamo imamo ovaj...
Battery pack.
Taste the pickaxe!
Bravo. Oni su tamo, brate, pogledaj se.
Ne znam kako otišu u ovaj deo peći. Mora da je prati ovaj gamma. Taj, šta god, beta rezonans.
Moramo levo, da, tu da. Ide, evo je neka buba, brate, ovdje.
A, naš ste zadnju.
Vidi uvatilo me ovo govno.
Vidio se. Uhvatio sam i ja nju.
Bravo. Vidi ovo.
Let's pop the steel on that. We got a cargo crate here. Did we find the batteries? Molly!
Tamo imaš kecmane dosta.
After this, longest shower ever. And we let's get this cargo crate.
Ovo je za pištolj. Model drugi. Nije skin, već model baš drugi.
Cargo crate here. Ne dobiju
sve. Mislim isto sve. Provjeri po švet. Pogledaj.
Svaki put ti nešto kažeš,
zadnji, ako ga imaš, već onda da drugo nešto, ako ga imaš. Da li imaš skin za gunnerovo oružje? Za onaj burst pištolj? Cijer!
Secondary objective completed. Make it home to collect your bonus.
ID crystal, send a scanner down to me.
Šta misliš da li ima achievement, pazi sad, da nađeš onaj geode bez ovo da radiš? Znaš onaj, jebi ga, ti kopaš dole do onoga volta onoga, a to ti u suštini onaj veliki kamen da su ti oni geode seeds. Da li imaš achievement da kopaš na dole, bukvalno na slepo ono što se kaže. Pošto je to dosta duboko. Nađeš najnižu tačku na mapi i kopaš sa recimo drillerom ili 2-3 drillera kopate ono na smenu, na dole, samo dole, razumiješ. Pitan se da li ima achievement za to.
Ako postoji, možeš da ga pročitaš.
Imaš skrivene achievement?
Vidi, daj brate, ovo govno me uhvatilo, pa ja ne mogu da verujem. Ja stvarno ima retardiran domet ovo, ali stvarno je retardiran domet.
Nisi uzeo 600 čula, ili tako? Imaš aktivno da te pusti 3 puta, a pasivno je da bukvalno ti zasija ti ćošak ekrana da znaš da ide nešto da te zgrabi. To ti kao ono Spidey sense, znaš. I pasivni deo je dobar, a aktivni deo je ono jebi ga, oh shit, ako nema nikog pored tebe i nećeš da te zatuče, uradiš to.
No bre, šta ga vas je?
This way.
Čekaj, tu da stavimo ovu.
Close. Kad sam još nisi našao trofej.
Good news, team. The wave is thinning out.
Ste našli drugi kristal, šta?
Da i ne. Mislim sam nekom putu da ga nađem.
Why are you shooting at me? Yes.
That's it. One more crystal to go.
Da je ovo neka kutija ovdje.
Pa nisi otvorio.
Ovo ovdje.
Koja?
Ovdje ima neka kutija.
Look there.
Ne, Makiću, to ti je objektiv gore. To smo radili.
O.
Jeste i pokupili sanduk onaj sa lutom?
Ne, gdje je to?
Tab. Tab. Nažalost tab.
Aha,
tab. Prvo sam uvišao granu pravi šta više.
I gdje ti piše da je?
Scanners here. Let's hook it up to the crystal.
Sada treba da nađem gdje sam sastavio taj sanduk, jel?
Nema veze, sad ću ga na tab naći.
Nemam Ben sam ja dobio.
Jest, aj Marko gdje, stani, kod Kecmane, ne mrdaj se. Idi vam, evo kod njega, vidiš? Sad treba samo da dođeš do tamo. Nije teško kad ima neko pored njega. Evo ti je.
Ono da Kecmane tamo na desnoj strani.
To. Viš da se jedva vidi, ma ne vidiš se na mapi, bre, šta?
No vidiš obraz, brate, kutije, ono, kocke.
Ne, na tab se ne vidi.
A, to?
Ne vidi se, nema ga, evo ja stojim pred njega, nikakav marker nema, razumeš? Vidiš ovo? Nema markera.
Cargo crate here. Let's open it.
Lloyd!
Yes, a cargo crate.
Vidi ovo.
Evo on za pivo.
Rekao sam ti si dobio isto, osim u slučaju da ga već imaš, onda dobiješ...
Dobio sam ovo neon band za gunnera.
Da.
Zip line ready.
Get on board the elevator. It won't move until you're all on it.
Look.
Roger that. Supplies are coming.
Look over here.
Nema ga ni na crtali, Kecman. Kad držim crtalo ne vidim ni oblici uopšte toga sanduka.
Nemoguće.
Drži crtalo i pogleda. Ne vidiš ni oblici.
Zato što si ga pokupio. Evo ni jak sad ne vidim. Znaš?
Ovaj uključio ovo je.
Da, ali nije čekati.
Kako ćeš nas čekati?
Pa ne, samo ga je ono, nije ga pokrenuo.
Pokrenuo ga je?
Ovo se kvari, evo.
Bukvalno ga je pokrenuo.
E super, ja ne mogu da se popnem tamo. Ne mogu da prođem.
Ti si scout.
Da, zato
možda uskočiš unutra.
Imam prolaz, želiš imam prolaz i...
Ajde spali nam jedan flare da vidimo išta.
O, brate, kolika rupa je.
Gledaš gore kad se zavrti koliko smo bušili. Jer nisam siguran da uopšte možda ulediš ovaj achievement koliko duboko popamo.
Fixing up the drill-elevator. Lights up.
Ostaje tog vlaka. Ajde, dođi vamo, jebo.
Priđemo.
Mene ti trebaš oružje, brate. Kad se spustimo, neko nek izbaci.
Iskren da budem, ne. Kad iskopamo one džio da uzmeš čizme i samo odemo.
Ja, da, to je to, evo.
Da, to je to bukvalno.
I need the mule right here. Right here.
This place is beautiful. Oi, Beardo! There ain't no point given for shooting your finger.
Out of my way.
Što je ono, da kako?
There is some more kite seed here.
If only this bloody bucket was
I'm getting too old for this crap.
Još dva.
Idem 3.
That's it. No more Morkite seeds to collect. Jet boots have been released on the elevator. Grab a pair and proceed to extraction zone.
Got no flares ready.
A ne ideš skroz do gore, znaš.
Drop pod arrived. Mule is returning to LZ.
Evo ti
When
municija.
resupplying, remember to share with your
Pod
team.
departing in T-minus 5
Da.
minutes.
This is the resupply pod.
Bravo.
I gadi.
Evo, Neš ima neku priču da nam kaže.
Ma da. Deo.
Take off!
Ne znam, nisam bio s njim na kapu mjesecima, evo.
Pa ja sam čuo da umire.
Čuli smo se telefonom, ali nismo pili kapu. Vidi ovo!
Anyone needs ammo? There's nitro here.
Ja, ali ni 5-6 nego ovo.
T-minus 4 minutes.
You want the ball?
A to je, ja sam baš pitao u rekao, gdje je čovjek, brate, nema ga ono.
Pa umire.
Explosives!
You're my new best friend.
Vidio?
Climbing to the moon.
Find your bloody fire, your funeral's gonna be a sober occasion.
Šta je radio, vrati?
Ček.
Next round is on me.
Vidi ovo, brate, evo ga neka buba ovdje velika, evo.
Znaš da ne mogu nikog da kikujem trenutno.
Nema veze, evo gotovo, kraj misli.
Galactic, thanks you for your good work. Drop pod will leave with or without you.
Don't like there's no tomorrow.
Drop pod departing in T-minus 3 minutes.
Shoot me!
Extraction commencing. Good work.
Evo, majke ti, udario sam kecun šamar. Slap.
A to kad udaraš kotkice.
Možda ne mogu da ga kikujem pred krajem meča, ali ću ga kikovati iz lobija.
Nije iz lobija, ispravno.
Dobro. Koji on to level, majkiti? To sve.
Nebitan je level. Kad neko nema manira.
Kad neko debel.
Ne, možemo da se zezamo ovako, znaš, ljudi koji su ono u Discord chatu, pa ono, znaš, kao aj trolaš nekog ili preko voice chata, upotrebe voice chat, kaže, got you. Znači, bilo šta razumiješ, ali ovako, ono, bez komentara, samo rokno šeku.
Slučni zli ljudovi.
Još jedna ostala i to je to. Jaja. Evo, za drillera sam dobio automatic fire unstable.
Goldie Boomer. Welcome to my channel.
Dobar dan.
More shiny.
What's up?
Jesi, pa.
Evo kill da verišemo, nekal da verišemo, nego deep rock dišemo.
Deep bušimo.
Hoćeš bori se kod ili vampire?
Vampire?
Pa, ako hoćeš možemo kod malo pa ćemo da...
Jel Warzone?
Warzone, to jest. A ne, ja imam kod original.
Ajde mi par minuta sam skon kapu još jedno.
Ajde.
Sad otvorio,
Neon Band, ha.
Ali on to random daje ove za oružje upgrade, jel da?
Da. Pa čekaj, vidi da imaš za revolver skinove, a to nisam ni koristio.
Pa naravno. Misliš model ili samo farbu?
Ne, model. Skin, pa skin, farba
ne, ovdje ti je drugo nešto, ne znam to je objasnim, u drugim igrama ti je komplet, razumeš, on drugačiji model i skin, ovdje imaš odvojeno skin i model.
Pa vidi, model ti je i skin i model, razumeš?
Ne, pa ti imaš da biraš odvojeno teksturu, slušaj me, imaš odvojeno da biraš teksturu i model.
I odvojeno boje.
Da, ali uz ovu novu teksturu dobiješ i novu boju.
Imaš stok boju, da, ali možeš da sviš custom.
Naravno. O, čekao da mi se vidi više burence. Kako se zove ovo? Mechanize.
Malo sporije.
Rakula, za koji si plana Call of Duty?
A?
Rakula, a.
Pa,
viš... Imam onu free onu, kako se zove verziju, Battle Royale.
Borbena zona.
To je ona dvojka beš.
Sabere je dvojka.
Ne, igra borbenu zonu.
Warzone, brate, Battle Royale ti je džabe.
Aha.
Ja sam to palio.
Borbena zona.
A imaš i ninja kornjača ovdje isto, dobiš. I učitelja Splintera.
O.
Daj mi ti.
Da. Shredderu!
Shredder.
O, brate, no!
Dobro. Ti imaš još koju mislim još zadnje, ali tako?
Zadnje, da.
Za jajce. Evo viš, znači vidjeli smo koliko, 2 mape, nigde nismo našli ono.
Ali ja ti garantujem, Ilija, ja sam dobio u svakoj drugoj, trećoj
Znam, kad nisi imao nijedan. Kad nisi imao nijedan.
Znaš kako sam puta radio taj event? Na kraju sam se toliko smorio s tim eventom.
Nisi to ni da radiš.
Da, ono kao svi ovi nešto radi tamo, pucaju i ja u fazonu, brate, znaš ono, radim event za džabe, ono, pa znaš ono, toliko sam se smorio s tim.
Ja, sad...
I gledaj sad koliko partija.
Par 10-20.
Preko 10 partija sam odigrao, brate, nismo ga vidjeli.
Odigrali smo bili Deep Dive. Na Deep Dive smo dobili.
Dobili smo kor, ajde kao da
je, ali dobio si već napisan, I 2 ono kao već generisani, ali nismo naši ni tamo, ne možda nađeš taj mašini.
Can't miss them. They're big and they glow. Get the eggs to Storm and Molly and get back alive.
Šta puca sad?
Oh! Šta me ovo? Ovdje ima ruda.
Momci, imate brider ovdje. A jo, gledaj koliko je poslao govana. Jao. Radite ovo, odmah. Pobisi nas, ako ga ne ubijem. Vidiš ove sve jedinice što idu na nas. To ti se on generiše.
Koliko si, bre?
Bacio sam ovdje, pobijem.
I need the damn minecart charged. Where is it?
To sam 100 raketa sigurno, sve glupost.
No more room. It's time for the closet. Red sugar. Gold.
Platforms, please. Sentry gun needs assembling.
Here. Proper vein. Let's get it.
Bacimo jednu platformu vam.
See here.
Još gore. Imaš i ovdje Makić. Iza tebe.
I found a gold vein. Nitra!
I made a platform.
There is gold here. There is
dajte
gold
ovo
here.
ovdje.
Ja znam, tu.
Guys, are you blind? Look over here.
Ovo i tamo ima.
Inventory is full. Molly is on the way.
There is gold.
Let there be light.
Gold! Bam!
Evo imaš i ovdje.
Have to wait for flare recharge.
Samo sepsi se joinuje bre na mene. Ma na mene stisni samo join party.
Ti drago sad što si prodao igru, a?
A ja tebe ne vidim.
Ti mene lažeš sve i sve zaboravio, zubo mi daš sve. Ali ne ostavljaš. Makiću, ja bi iskopao to ako bi mi ti bacio nešto pod nogi.
Zipline done. Egg found.
Aha,
ispod,
čekaj.
nekako ispod, samo da ne padne. Da je to.
Možeš ti, da?
Mogu.
So long, suckers! Just take your sweet time, old lady. I've got all day. Sorry. Your own fault for being
Evo ovo govno je. To je kila.
A ne, on samo diže defense. Ne, heal ih ništa. Da ti duplo više municije kad je taj živ.
I feel good, get the fuck out my face.
Koga?
Da ne igraš s Terminatorom.
O, ja?
Da.
All right, you lugs. I'm spotting a swarm coming towards you. Get ready.
Da nije neko našao trofej.
Naš trofej, momci, iznad vas. Vidite li?
Vidimo da pada nešto gore. To i ti kokaš, jel?
Ne.
Incoming! Smoke him if you got him.
When I'm done working for DRG, I'm starting my own bloody mine. Show them how it's done.
Ali, ajde nešto je genije. Ova mapa provodi kroz 3-4 voda već.
Hold your breath!
Faktički ništa nije novo nego
Da se nalažemo, znači Kan Shodan ima samo 2-3 mape, pa i Call of Duty ima samo 2-3 mape. Šta mu je sad? Sledi čovjek. Slušaj me. Slušaj me. Ne sluša. Čekaj, može i ovako. Kao što sam rekao, Call of Duty, od Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 pa nadalje, sve ove igre, znači kad igraš taj kao Warzone, taj PvP, imaš open world mape, ali te mape se vuku iz igre u igru i sve su iste. I zapravo ima jako malo tih open world mapa, nije tako lako napraviti open world mapu. Kilometar s kilometar. Zato sam rekao Kan Shodan mapu, jer on ima kilometar s kilometar mapu. A prosječna multiplayer mapa za Call of Duty, ona PvP ti je, ne znam, 50 metara, ako i toliko. To ti kurčina. Jedna soba, ono kao, ne znam, nije jedan stančić. Pa da, imaš onu sobu, slično kao u Counter-Strike, sobu koja se nalazi na soliteru. Ste uzeli trofej? Pored vas je bio. Uđe unutra.
I feel good, get the fuck off my face in the sniper platform. Evo šta tako. Yes.
Marš, jedne žice još.
Šta ti meni marš?
Ne znam da je Kecman. Kecmane, vata je ovo, stani, ne mrda odatle. Kecman.
Da, malo, brate.
Shields ready, everyone. Can I get some attention?
Ti si baš kritičan sa HP-om. Evo ga trofej.
Evo ja testiram ovaj pušta, govore.
Evo ti health, Makić.
Red sugar.
Ima i ovdje, čini mi se.
Samo lako.
Nije.
Dođi gore. Joj, polupao sam.
I found some red sugar.
Polupan. Ke polupan. Polupan ti je.
I called for Molly.
Gdje ti je bio taj?
Tu.
Red sugar.
Sugar. Just breathe.
Vidiš je, pa prošli pored njega. Evo ga.
Aha, vidi ovo, sakriven između ovoga je.
Čega sam sakriven?
A ne mrda više. Evo sad izove.
Fali nam još bolo kap, a imamo 20, to.
Na šta je onaj Vampire za ovaj Black Ops Battlefield? Ovo je već vidio, dobro.
Vampire the Masquerade, onaj PvP.
Da.
Ja sam gledao Cage-a kad igra to. Mogu ti reći da im je PvP jako dobar.
Ja sam igrao dugo već. Da se piješ ponovo pravi.
I got the deposit.
Prestani da hodaš. Pa pokušavam da ga zaustavim.
Ne, ovdje.
Ode random, razumeš.
Another day at the office.
Iskopa ovaj.
Možda ne mora.
Evo ga Pretorijan. Dolazi nam Pretorijan.
Pretorijanac je, ali nema veze sa Hellovom. Ili beše u domu pretorija.
Ja si ga rešio, evo.
Reši.
Lighting up!
Pored nas
Treba će mi municiju. Zovem municiju.
Čekaj, evo ti ovdje.
Breaks over, miners. Swarm headed directly for you. Roger that. Supplies are coming.
Bum.
Vidim ja mića posle ovoga na...
Ovdje ti kroz purpen.
Ready to get getting more ammo.
Contact. Lock and
Da
load.
ovoga.
Getting supplies.
Ovo je dosadna igra, da ovo sam igra jedno 50.000 puta. I da ovdje bude mu ovoj prizom sve isto. Već godinama sve isto igramo.
Hello.
Gledaj kad ti je puno.
Evo ga podogulje. Pravac, South 190, tamo je zadnji.
I fled.
The players are recharging.
Sniper!
That won't let me go. Stealing alert.
Get out.
I spit on your grave, spitter.
The stream of incoming enemies is practically eradicated, and you're still alive. Well done.
Too steep.
Vidi ovo!
A daj, frate, skočilo se na meni si čoveče.
Donkey, come here.
Ono što je rekao Neurotik, da ta igra ima taj sistem gdje igrači koji su zapravo bolji mehanički dobiješ na primjer 20%, 15-20% recimo u tom metku dobiješ debuff. A onaj ko je trk ili ti ono, znaš, veze nema, on dobije recimo 20-30% veću štetu po metku, pa te on ubije sa SMG-om iz 2 metka, a ti iz automatske puške on gubi sa 4 metka. Pa ne znam šta se čini, ali ono, ljudi koji to više igraju su obično...
Zapravo tako.
A? Ko, mene?
Ne, kažemo, to je ideja da tako bude u kodu ili...
Ne, nego to je, ako ja koji recimo ono, ubijem, ne znam, 30 igrača po meču, jel da? Pregazim tamo neke Novajlije, jel tako? A oni imaju tipa 0 ili negativan KD, jel da? I on naravno neće što da igra, jel da? Znači, to je čovjek koji ne kupuje skinove, ne ulaže u igru, ne ostavlja par u shopu, jebi ga, gube mu štegi. I onda oni stavaju sistem gdje, taj noob, ako je stvarno loš, igra mu da kao, znaš, ono, 23% buff po metku. I da mu, a ti dobiješ penal. I sa istim oružjem ti njega s 3 metka 4 ne možda ubiješ, on te ubije s 2. Ajde, ja kažem. Milane, kill.
Sad ću doći.
Hurry up! I'll get
Successfully retrieved. Make it snappy team. The drop pod won't
Evo
hang around
sniš.
forever.
Opet ti su
Sniš,
radili.
razvlači, ljudi.
Ajde, odlično.
Mora da vas dobro buše, čime Boris oliko nervoz.
Uvijek je ljud, smeta mu sve kako diše, priča, Han Shodan koji je spomenuo Han Shodan i tako to.
Nemoj da
A znam ja šta je, pa ne provociram, nego mora da vas buše čim oko ljud.
To je zaključak.
To je zaključak.
Ne ide.
Ne ide, zato je ljud. Na mene.
I on olako doneo taj zaključak.
A nije teško, znam kako kad se igraju druge stvari. Da ne spominjem sa šta je.
Jel da?
Sad samo tu jest.
Dobio sam neke zulufe za Gunnera, ja.
Ovdje pa čujemo...
Važi, važi.
Makit ću li još jedan meč. Onda moram ići da ručam nešto. Da ručam je spreman za posao. Da dođe da mi je tetra jaja, usput.
Da te followuje ko ono episod.
Ne nego, get out of here, stalker.
Stalker, get out of here.
Da vidimo što ima od piva ovdje. Za pikek.
Slab. Ovdje si. Ja sam stalno bi uzimao ono za zlato, ali nekad ti ne da uopšte toliko zlata. I onda to izbjegavam da uzimam. Košta 3. To je baš preskupo. A ponekad ti se to vrati.
Victorious!
Samo da idem misije sad.
Daj nešto.
Ne znam koji da uzmem.
Šta imaš? Imaš i za promociju ili za nešto tako?
Imam za promociju, da, inženjer.
Daj to.
If this continues, management has the power and will to close the Abyss Bar. Is that what you want?
Vampires, ovo je igra, ne ona daleko.
Izvini. Izgurao sam to da.
Vampire. Vampire. Wait. Zašto se meni spava kad sam spavao? Jaaaa!
A izabrao si, ali?
Rana da padne.
Nisam izabrao, sam izabrao još.
Stoji ti izabrao nešto? Eto to za promociju.
Kako je ti zašto sam izabrao?
Skaptam se.
Eto stoji dole kao onaj marker, kao da je to misli za tebe.
Piše mi collect 200 morkite i collect 10 fosila.
Trebalo da stoji dijamant pored toga. Kao neki romb. Kao da je to...
Stoji.
Pa to je to.
Svička onako, da.
Idu ljudi.
Fearless Scrape Mining Expedition.
We're all gonna die!
This is gonna be a walk in the park. Come on, guys! Rock and stone!
Brute, brate, brute,
Sending you in deep, so be on your guard. Scanners indicate particularly rich
veins of gold and gold
further down. Bring it back, boys.
Ali muzika, soundtrack. Znaš?
Barem, znaš to onoj diskoteci, ja?
Da.
Evo ga počeo.
Boris i ja igrali 2 sata ujutru i on ušao tamo u onu diskoteku. Znaš kakav rave, neki gruva tuc ritam, onaj jedan duh, ko da si u Triple X u onom klubu, roka, bre. Al šteta što flare baza je propala skroz.
Pa ljudima je bilo interesantno u startu i onda jebi ga developeri nisu malo dali na gas, razumeš, nego su sporo izbacivali nove stvari.
Zato što neko ima kompjuter pre Hrista.
Nema svako kompjuter. Čekaj.
something?
Thanks God.
God, is that you?
Da me Ajkula ne ujede ovdje zbog ove vode. Mjau, mjau.
Come here.
O, duo kroz...
Kao veliki flair, a?
I got the deposit.
Ne, nego nosim ovaj zeleni džediz. Da osvetlim sobu. Evo ga.
Znači, Betflorel ova igra.
Shield boosting on.
Izgore je totalno sve.
Gledam je ovo kuba. Dubak.
To ti imaš neke eksplozije. Neki pasivno. Ima neki overcook gdje eksplodiraju.
Jesi skinuo ono, Boris? Evo što ti je.
Whoopsie doopsie.
Može ovo da ubacimo i ovo.
Ne, ja ga nosim
to
kao
ti ga
flare.
pepaš, aha.
Kao flare. Jer nekad je flare na cooldownu, znaš.
Neki pireš, vampireš.
Ide ovo.
Hey, a fossil. That wall.
Sve kako lepo sjeo.
That wall.
Ne možemo li ga doći? Aaa. Hvala. Kao šta je do... A tako može.
Ja.
I think we're actually doing all right so far.
Nazvali. Je li ko gleda onaj film Substanca?
Ja nisam, ali sam ga skinuo.
Pa ne znam da li... Inače, kakav je to zvuk?
Na meni telefon zvoni.
Ne?
Oho.
Ne čujem to, čujem nešto drugo. Kao eho neki čujem.
Nešto trči djado, njena je rok. Ovdje.
Gdje si Nešo pederu?
Šta je ovo?
Jesi to, ko ti treba?
Šta je to?
To je Neša peder.
Nešto šetalo je, sto čust neki.
Kao duhovi neki.
Neki korak.
More kite found. Zip light up. Nitro.
Ono zlata ovdje.
Penjiš.
A ovaj se čuje, get.
Crunchy on the outside, gooey on the inside. I like the sound of that.
Ostani ovdje malo.
To je to što se vrti i on se čuje. Negdje za vode uzi i i onda pravi taj čudan neki zvuk, neko koračan.
Već kreće druga zona.
We get back to sandwich talk.
Rock and roll.
On i on. Nema ko drugi on.
Oni su srce, daj.
Lock and load, miners. We got an incoming swarm.
One sentry gun ready to be built.
Booyah!
Sentry armed.
Swarm
Ajde. Samo da nađemo drugo.
Vamo se ide Matić.
Deep Rock seriously need to invest in some better equipment.
To nešto...
What kind of fiendish technology makes Molly constantly get in the way? I got it! Ain't no hiding from me, bug! I found some more kind.
Go
Crusher!
Vidi ovo.
Da gore?
Ma nije gore, nego ne mogu da skočim.
Da,
Ovdje negdje treba da izbušimo, znaš.
Ekstra, brate.
Wave is petering out. Wipe out the rest and get on with it.
Ne mogu. Zona je tu. Ja, budi pored mene.
I could need a good rest. Who's neglected?
Trio, can I join trio? Yes, you can. That's crazy. Why you look like the
No,
10
right.
years of the race? Because I don't have beard, bro. And my freeze is now cut.
To kamiljic?
Yes, kaže da izgledam 10 godina ono, što zove, mlađe fazom prije.
Si se obrio stvarno?
Yes. Izgledam kao kidara sam.
Ja da te znam. Da vidimo.
Mori se ovdje lik.
Izgledaš kao onaj...
Kao det.
Kao Kristijan Golubić.
Nokan. Kako sam ga pojurio, dođi mamu, jebe mu pičku.
Stiže
Ono
Makićo.
je to žuto. Nešto žuto na zemlji. To ovaj voli, jel? Nije.
To ti je kamen ovaj, što ga ja vučem.
Ja rekao, pa je ovo je...
Nije kamen.
Ili se izbo.
Opa. O, Bizmor je ovo.
Bizmor. Klopa ti ima drugačije šare. Dobro. Aha.
What's up, Kamilica? How are you? I'm fine, Kamilica. I just downloaded this vampire blood sucker because I didn't play this a long ago. I don't know what to play.
Čak mi se čini da izgleda bolje grafički nego što je izgledala ranije.
Ma da, jeste, nego
više
sam ja
optimizovan.
sve na low sam stavio. Zbog fajta, znaš.
Da. Da mogu nešto i da vidiš.
Da.
Morkajt ima ga i ovdje.
Kako li znaš? Another battle royale, yes.
Can't carry anymore.
Jebaše mi majku!
Over here by the marker point! Shoot it! Gotta wait for the bait shot. Just take your sweet time, old lady. I've got all day.
Do nothing except playing shitty games for the last 3 weeks. Me too. I was like, too. Jeboće zona.
You fuck looted!
ovo, brate, ovdje jebo.
Odjebi! Znaš.
Čekaj, samo da... Sekundu samo. A za šta sam pozvao municiju? Nešto mi je sumnjivo. Nešto mi je sumnjivo.
Did you install GTA 5 Plus?
The resupply is here.
Go lie down, Tor.
I'm taking some of the ammo.
Grabbing ammo.
Dobro, ajde startamo, šta je ovo?
Send a hacking pod, pretty please.
Received. Hacking pod incoming. Stand clear.
Hit it.
Neki event, sam imao koji.
Mish, are you there?
Aha.
Not ready yet.
Napravi mi one platforme ovdje.
Gdje ću da ih stavim?
Pa, odavde. Dobro. Sad ću vidjeti, mislim da je to... A, to je ovo, gle. Sad ćeš ovdje.
Aha, da, ta kugla je.
Loot open.
Eto.
Da.
Imaš gore Jadis iza ćoška. Još jedan.
Gore k tebe, evo.
I found some more kite. I caught for Molly.
Yes, you live.
Attention!
Moj gore isto.
I don't know. Ivana, play with us, but...
There is more kite here.
Evo ga, dobro, čekaj to staviti.
Eto.
Flares ain't ready. Time to pay Molly.
You want to play this with us? We have cross-play.
Where is that damn tin? Oh,
Too
stay. I just put up a sip.
Ovo je poslije ovdje.
Yes,
Where's
yes,
Molly?
you can match up.
Well done, team. Activate your transponder via the mule and get back home.
Hey, it's one
There
of
are
those
more
snail-looking
people
fossils.
here playing with PlayStation. Yeah.
Bug sign.
And
We
it's
got
a
bug
free
sign.
game.
Storm incoming.
Da ste uvatili na nezgodno mjesto.
Ma nije, nego mi pao ono...
Die!
Swarm, it's a big one, team.
I need the mule right here, right now. Let's show them some fire!
I will install this tomorrow because today I can play. I just play 4 lines and I can't play anymore outside. Yeah.
Pa mi samo da
Okay,
stojimo
bro.
ovdje u ovaj krug.
Did you see game Split Fiction?
Još nismo startali, ono.
That's good game. You can download that. You don't have Steam. It's like fast game. It takes two developer who made it. It takes two.
This is fun!
Tako da dođemo do onoga gore. Nisam ni kada budar. Skočujem ispred krana.
Ali kako doći do onda je gotovo. Uite. Ja.
Pao.
Where is that dead mule? This match is almost nice compared to last time.
Može i tako.
Platform up! Thread this! Damn players could need an upgrade.
Gledajte mamicu. In this game you need to suck for life. Yes, you can heal up when you suck blood from another NPC or bots or people.
Vampire simulator.
Neko te puca? Ne?
Teamwork would speed this up. Just saying.
Katana.
Još nam je jedan fossil ostao, to je to.
Evo.
That game only for pussy. Are you kidding me? You cannot play when you have PS4. This is not new game, bro. Kao support ima samo PlayStation 5 za ove vampire.
Možda ne može PlayStation 4 to da gura, dakle imaš i to.
Dobro, ali ova se ta igra stara, već. Ovo je izašlo pre PlayStation 5.
Ne bi rekao.
Još ste mi 2009.
Možda ideš između PlayStation 4 i PlayStation 5, a opet ga PlayStation ne može da ga gura 4.
Alarm.
What's this?
Čekaj.
U tebe, vidim ga.
Pa je to.
That's it.
Ovi dole.
Established
Ovi
to the
su mene.
prospector data deposit. Time to activate the hacking drone.
Samo da aktiviram.
Namo gore.
Secondary objective completed. Now finish the job.
Activating the hackbot.
Team, it's hacking time. Protect the hacking drone.
Should have left my nose on the bloody spicery.
Killer be killed.
Yeah, that's so shit.
Hello and goodbye. Shield up.
Yes, I'm getting all I
We need some pest control on the hacking drone.
Ovo da ovaj robot, možda ga možemo samo da idemo.
Can't hack as long as there's bugs speeding it up. Do
Ne možeš ako ga ne ubiš.
Axie's buggered off inside
Gubili.
the shell.
Ostaje bez nogu.
The hacking drone is at it again.
To sam sve zaglavio.
Flare gun kida. Da zapališ.
Evo ga.
Do kraja će ga ti. Kuće po metak.
Ne možemo ga kapati.
Hacking commencing again.
Data deposit hacked. They haven't yet invented a machine that can fabricate war bombs.
Da to kraj. Dobili nešto od ovoga, mislim da jesu.
Yes.
The nerds back at home rallying so much this way. Remind me never to
Jebem mamu ja u pičku.
Need to deposit this data set.
Ready to kill some more crates.
Evo ti ga, jedi ga.
Rival data cell.
O,
Hope I'm not getting sick
što
touching
radiš od
this.
svojim dubac u nju, jel?
Shield charged.
Data cell secured. Another well-executed sabotage operation against
Nismo
our
našli
rivals.
zec.
Drop pod en route. Hang in there.
Evo ovdje knjige neke ovdje.
Ispod nas.
Ili knjige, evo.
Ima ispod nas pećina.
Drop pod has arrived. Retrieving the mule. Drop pod departing in T-minus 5 minutes.
Zašto si zaboravio snajper?
Možda je ovdje Makić.
Vidiš.
Dole.
Aha.
Opašće na dang light.
Terrain scanner just got updated. Players charging. Dash you off in the pod phase for the first round.
I ovaj išao vertikalno gore, znaš. Ovo, ušao je kroz rupu, onu, gdje je upladaj supplies i sad njužno se jebem. Aj, pogledaj mapu otprilike.
Ojoj, brat.
Vidi, muka mi je pogledam. Kuda moram da idemo? Aj, za mnom. Jel' udar? Mislim da sam pravo.
Pa da.
Between boss, thank you for that 5 euros I got for my mother. Oh, nice, Kamilica. I buy two, my mother, my sister.
3 minutes.
Something very nice.
Paz da ne upadneš ovdje dole. Pazi Makić. Vidiš
No
ovo?
problem, Kamilica. Kamilica, I gambled a day before and I got 100 euros. And I didn't stop and I lose everything. Fucking me. I cannot stop.
The mule has docked. Initiating launch sequence.
I'm a fucking idiot right now.
Nema pogledat.
Ti namjerno ispustio?
Nema pogledat. Kad tapneš tab, vidiš mapu, on baci.
I gamble everything. Because I didn't want to stop.
Flares
Ajmo.
Mislio sam da je brže, ali nije.
Departing in T-minus 2 minutes.
Ajmo ovamo će zona doći.
Kaj ću ga baciti u provaju.
Evo tu smo 60 metara. Znači sam ove dronove.
Nas pokrevi.
Did you get it on your card? You could buy
To je vratno soba, da.
skins in Fortnite, yes.
Ovdje smo krenuli.
Evo ga lik ispred mene.
Kako se vrtimo opet 60 metara, šta je ovo?
Pogledaj mapu, će biti jasno.
Brate, da li moguće SMG mi...
Ja sam pogledao jednom, bilo mi jasno sve.
50 metara.
Drop pod departing in T-minus 1 minute.
GG.
Evo ga.
Ustekana govna, bre.
Sa strane ga baci, to znaš.
Come and get me, you disgusting!
Got no flares ready.
One more anniversary trophy secured. Management will be pleased. Performance point bonus activated.
Oh, stigao sam.
That's one for the
Sa sve trofejem.
retrieving escape pod.
Da, sve trofejom, bravo.
We are unbreakable. My life for rock and stone.
Mak ću paliti na igri.
Ništa, fotelj.
Zaradim za lep. Ko mu je neči komentarima? Možete li kako da izboksujete u firmi da ne radite nedelju?
Bez problema.
Možeš, samo zatvoriš fabriku. To je to, izboksuješ.
A ne može, to je...
Ne samo danas. Pa to je proizvodnja, imaš 4 smjene imaš, ne 3 nego 4 smjene imaš. To je nemoguće.
2.
Jeste. Ti znaš, ti si radio u Vrbastanu ili tamo. U Medelu. Moj kumbi da uradi renovacije. Htio sam kažem, dođi ti u firmu pa probaj to da uradiš.
Kumara. Da li da startamo novu ili da pravimo pauzu?
Ja sam Makiću skoro 60 kg, znaš. A dobro, igrali smo Kecman malo duže, znaš.
I don't know what to play anymore, Kamilica. Everything is fucking the same.
Kamilic, where are you, my friend Kamilic?
Pustit ću lepo, vratite torrente.
Isti ti, taj vampir, znaš.
I da, ko?
Taj vampir, isti ti.
Aj, isti ja, jesi.
Ja.
Još sam ja uradio fade, ne vidi, ne može da se vidi.
Ima ljudi ovdje u mobilu.
Ma imaš 500 igrača imaš, ja mislim, možda i više. Sad ću ti reći tačno. Imaš ti
Multilis. Welcome to my channel.
Imaš 638 igrača.
Odmah, zdravi.
Zato su najbolji serveri. Zato što nema igrača.
Serveri rade kod Java.
Off to work. Peace. Vidimo se.